Ladies, gentlemen, and my NBA comrades, welcome back to Snare Casting. We've left China, that was the morning dotes, and now we are all the way in Europe. We're going to be watching some Pinnacle Dota, Pinnacle Cup, seeing what happens between these two sides as they continue in the early group stages. It is unclear and unknown exactly who's going to come out with the overall W at the end of the day, but that's all we're going to find out together. That's what makes Dota fun to watch as we see this all pan out and all play out. Let's see what's going to happen. Extremum versus Brame. Both of them, it is their second game for Extremum. For Brame, it is their second as well, I think, right? Let me actually check. Because I think I skipped, there's a couple of games that I've actually ended up skipping. I think they played Level Up, but I don't remember what the result was in that particular game. They beat Level Up 2-1. Yeah. They beat Level Up 2-1. And of course, Extremum went over 2-0 on Unique. So one of these two sides are going to be suffering their first overall loss today. That always makes it fun to watch. Extremum playing on the Radiant side. Enchantress acts as the first two overall picks. First pick overall in this game was the Lina. Of course, for Brame, Lina presents not just a hero that's very good in the game itself, but presents a lot of options. You can just do quite a bit on this Lina hero.
Seconds remaining.
I am definitely looking forward to seeing what they do with the Lina. I think, I want to see Wish Lina very, very badly, but of course, we are in that kind of a situation, in the kind of game where it would be remiss of me to say that it's a bad thing to necessarily want a situation where the entirety of the team, the entirety of the squad, the whole gang has to just rely on Lina popping off. So maybe he'll just be supporting the CK in the 4th position here. Another side, let's see these bans. Morphling ban, Medusa ban. Gotta ban Medusa. Obviously you're playing against Brame, so first ban on the Pugna. A necessary thing. Yo, Wish Pugna. It's hot stuff, it's hot stuff. Let's see. Other side, they take out the Rubik, take out Lifestealer, take out the Snapfire. Hey, comrades. Lol. How you doing, Shadow Friend? Glad to see you back, comrade. Brame right now, one of the things I think that they will need ultimately as they proceed in this draft, you'll need to make sure that you are able to slow down this axe. You do not want a situation where axe is just completely running at you. We've seen how aggressive these axes can go, and it can sort of completely change the dynamics of the game. Skywrath Mage now grabbed up for Extremum. Didn't they play this against Unique as well? I want to say that they had a choose Skywrath Mage that game. I'm not 100% sure. But in this game, it's sort of similar to the combination that we see with Legion Commander. A hero that sets up quite easily for the full Mystic Flare duration. Very strong lane as well, my god. Even the CK won't be very comfortable. Who's now actually playing in the off lane because they pick up the Faceless Void to go in the safe lane for focus. In that case, what we do have... Alright, so if it's Faceless Void coming up, safe lane, he can time walk away from quite a bit of this damage. So the laning situation can be alleviated somewhat. And Lina probably plays 4 now, right? Just to make sure that there's another hero, or at least maybe even 5. Or 4 that they put in the top lane, just to make sure there's a hero in the lane that can help the Void by either keeping him alive, we'll see what they pick, or being able to trade out with the Skywrath Mage effectively to allow Void to play in the lane versus Axe. The Wraith King though, picked up for Extremum. So we already now have an immediate counter for the Faceless Void. Since time immemorial, you pick up Wraith King as a way to make sure that you just walk and survive through the chrono. There's a lot of like quick burst on the side of Brame. To be fair, until you get the level 18 variant of this, is kinda complicated. But also, Radiance is good against Chaos Knight, against Illusion type heroes. In the lane against the CK, you have some sustain, you have some way to threaten the CK as well. With the Skelly, there's quite a lot of damage he has to deal with. He doesn't really have AoE damage to clear them out. So now they definitely, I think, put the Lina 4 and have the Lina, Lina goes bottom with the CK, Grimstroke goes top with the Faceless Void. He can play against the Skywrath Mage and help him out versus the Axe. Inkswell makes it somewhat untenable to directly kill the Faceless Void, and you have the Stroke of Fate just to make sure that they stay away from the Void entirely. You also have some pretty sick double spells in this game. Double CK Chaos Bolt, double the Gouda Blade. I can definitely see it working out quite well. So, Grimstroke. Decent option here that we see coming in.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gyrocopter banned out now. Was banned out in the second phase, so what's going to be banned out now? Final 2 bans. Storm was taken away by Brame. I still don't think we have the Wish hero, but in case it's the Lina. They don't think it's Lina either, yeah. I think we want something a bit different for Wish, a bit more active. Puck is still in the game. Tinker's still in the game. Lamau. Tinker would be awesome. It would be amazing. I'd love to see if they just randomly picked up the Tinker.
5 seconds remaining.
Former Fat Chef, something like that. Let's just say something like that, yeah. Something like that. Extremum. What do we have next? They need also a hero that goes mid for them. Is DP still in the game? Puck gets banned out finally now. DP could also still be played by both teams. Ghost can be extra damage into the bubble. Does mean that there's 2 big ultimates, but make the entire lineup extremely dangerous to fight into. And you can use one ultimate for killing the Wraith King the first time, the second one to bring him down the second.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Tiny's been super popular. The 2 supports on the side of Brame can be somewhat squishy. Tiny gets banned out. Same is true of the Enchantress and Skywrath Mage. Tiny can just rip and shred through these heroes. And you have high tempo, low cooldown spells to spam out all the time onto Wraith King. Seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
Brame will end it out with a Tidehunter. Okay. So it is actually going to end up being a Wish Lina. Tidehunter will be played by Spartan, presumably. No. Tidehunter will be played by Stomina. Stomina will play the Tidehunter.
5 seconds.
Skylark will play the CK. Focus will play the Faceless Void. Alright, I can live with this. Unless Spartan wants to play Tide really badly. We'll see. But I think like the 4 Tide is really nice. Extremum versus Brame right now. This Tide can be quite nice against the Wraith King. They have a lot of ultimates on the side of Brame. Lots of control. And we've been seeing this Faceless Void have a lot of success today. It's been looking quite good. Let's see what this last pick is going to be. What are we going to be playing in the mid lane here? Nefrit is obviously going to be playing the Wraith King. Chu will probably play the Scythe Mage, G Enchantress. And we have Void Spirit.
Select your heroes.
Okay, mellow your Void Spirit, okay. Wish Lina. Okay, okay, Dominates Chaos Knight, okay. Okay, this is interesting, this is very interesting. I do think the 3 Tidehunter is better than the CK in this situation. But I would have preferred CK in more of a, like more priority, I guess. I don't know. Brame is still Brame. Wish and Focus, playing really well right now. This draft though, let's think. What do we think about this draft? Hold on, I need to change the scene, honestly. There we go. I'm gonna say. What should I say? What should I tell you to bet? Because we have Axe versus CK, right? But it's a support CK, so it doesn't matter as much. I really like Lina in this game as a core. I don't think they've really addressed her all that much. The reach that I see coming in is what? Axe. That's pretty much it. Axe and Void Spirit. But you're gonna buy your Scepter anyway on the Lina. They only buy what? 1 real BKB on the Wraith King. Axe does buy it these days though. So at least you have some kind of tool to play against Ravage. This is actually really close. This is actually a really close draft. I think ultimately though, where I'm gonna lean is to say, give me Brame still. I think the Faceless Void today has just looked too strong overall as a hero. And the big thing is that whenever I see that hero playing and doing its thing, it just looks so unbeatable. Not unbeatable in the sense that, oh, you can't deal with this hero. Unbeatable is so difficult to kill, and the damage that they have from Extremum eventually is going to start becoming a huge problem unless they continually get the jump onto him. And there are several heroes on his team that can back him up and bring him into a better situation. So let's see how this game goes. Game will begin. I personally believe though, yeah, Brame. I'm gonna go Brame. I think Brame has got this. Faceless Void looks good right now. Beyond just Faceless Void looking good, we also have a situation where this this young Tidehunter for Skylark, him particularly on this, has looked incredible. So let's see how this is all gonna pan out. Axe will find himself in a situation where he gets caught. They draw first blood and bringing down Sachlo. Okay, Brame make a huge incursion onto the other side of the map and find themselves being able to pick up a quick kill. Very decent and nice start to the game. This is how you make things look good for yourself. Not just picking up this first blood, but also dropping some vision on the way.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
The battle
Of course, Skylark is gonna like just troll them a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little bit. But alright, here we go. Game will be getting started. Focus. He'll be playing top, of course, being backed up by the Grimstroke. Storminet on the Chaos Knight. Gonna be interesting to see the play out of this 4-position CK. In particular, I want to see the item build. Skill build, I imagine you go like what? 202?
I see a lot of nothing.
Actually, no, 112, right? 112. If you just want to stay in the lane and trade, but if you want to go for kills, then I guess you go more points Reality Rift. I don't know. We'll have to see how this pans out. Melayo, you're in the mid lane. On the Void Spirit, playing up against Wish. This matchup has happened several times. Like we've seen, generally tends to be the case that Melayo, with this Void Spirit, should be able to find his chunk of CS, but Wish is gonna get the overall advantage by the time they hit level 6, level 7 and decide to move out and see what's happening in the other lanes. There's also earlier kill threat, so Melayo will have to really watch his positioning and manage his regen well. Thus far though, doing well on the CS, as we now take a look at the top lane, Extremum, with Sachlo, who was unfortunately the victim of the first blood in this game. However, he is, at this point in time, back in it. It's a good lane for him with the Skywrath Mage. Spartan will do what he can to just make sure Focus stays alive. That's the only reason he's here. Keep Focus alive, but Sachlo is going to be the boss in this lane. And Focus just has to accept that. Make sure he just stays alive long enough to get his own farm. Fairly difficult game for Brame to deal with this axe. Spartan. Okay. Getting ran down. Chu and Sachlo. They want to find some revenge for what happened to Sachlo earlier. They have the battle hunger. They get it over the cliff. And Chu finds the kill there. Spartan does end up taking a fall.
Preemptive flesh twitch. Your anger is useless here.
Dire are
Extremum. At this point in time, I think also they're quite happy with how bottom is panning out. The one thing about this Tidehunter is that, yes, later on in the game, it can be quite useful against the Wraith King. Given that this Anchor Smash can take away a lot of the damage that comes out of the big man, as well as keeping himself alive in the lane. The skeletons that the CK was afraid of having to deal with in the lane aren't nearly as scary for Skylark. However, Nefrit, with the help of G, will be able to get a lot of farm out of this, so gonna be quite a nice lane for Nefrit, farming up on the CK. And Storminator also only has a limited amount of spells at his disposal, playing the CK, fairly shallow mana pool. Have to make sure you always have some mangoes or some clarities. Until you get a point into the passive, you unfortunately don't find yourself being able to contribute a lot of just sustained pressure in the lane. But it's all good. It's doing what he needs to do. Top lane. You see Spartan, Inkswell on him. Gets it out onto Chu. They TPing in Storminator. They're gonna get out this Reality Rift. There is going to be the Chaos Ball. They get the stun. Chu's still alive. Wants to at least find the kill before he dies. He gets the stun out of the throw. But unfortunately, the spell not going to be enough to put out the damage. Chu goes down for nothing. Good rotation for Storminator there. Does mean that bottom is isolated for a little bit of time. Does give some freedom for this Enchantress to start stacking up these camps. And they quickly TP middle to refill the bottle. And they brought the CK middle. Looks like they were thinking about a potential rotation to kill the Void Spirit. Ends up not happening. Gonna Chris back off. Smoke. It's gonna be in play, Spartan. Can he find this wrap? Only 1 point into Stroke of Fate. He's gonna use Inkswell on himself. Can he find the stun? Oh my gosh, just a moment too late on the movement. Or a moment too soon on the usage of the spell. Either way, It resulted in him being several units away in his positioning, not able to find the stun. Wish didn't necessarily have enough mana to throw out the entire salvo, so was counting on the Grimstroke there, but unfortunately ends up not happening. Stormblade does end up showing up middle to help out with the kill onto G. Spartan taking some damage here, but you know, it's all good. Concussive shot. It's only level 1, so it's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's all fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. I really like the way the game is panning out right now. For Extremum, actually. They're getting what they need from Nefrit. Their 2 supports. Like, sure, they haven't been able to get nearly as many kills as what Brame has been able to achieve, but they've been able to secure the important heroes for him. That being the Axe and the Wraith King. CK in this game, especially post-laning phase and in the earlier portions of the mid-game, if you can get a decent timing on the Armlet Radiance, can provide major problems, because then he's a threat, not just being inside the chrono because of the usage of the ultimate, but just the really annoying burn, the really annoying evasion can make life difficult for the Faceless Void until he has BKB.
Gotcha.
Now
Just
you'll
a
wish for
young quick pause, puppy pause. Just a quickie. And we just take some stock of these items. Axe already picked up this early Vanguard. Man, these 6-minute Vanguard timers are just getting ridiculous how consistent it is. Effectively every single game.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
Somebody able to get the super early Vanguard. In this game, there is a lot of magic damage that the Lina and the Grimstroke can help provide, but Faceless Void gonna find himself having a really rough time putting out their physical deeps. Thanks to this axe, thanks to this evasion. So Wish is definitely gonna have to have a phenomenal game. Fortunately for him, does look like it's trending towards that way. Level 6 right now, has a CS advantage. We'll see about the net worth in just a moment. Building in towards this Yule Scepter. Once this is available, this puts him in the position and in a situation where he should, by and large, be able, I suppose, I hope, rather, let me say, he should be able to ensure that every single time that he shows up to a lane with the Yule Scepter, somebody dies. At the same time, though, Extremum does have some extremely strong counter engage, and because of how well the Axe's lane is going, it's going to have a fairly early Blink Dagger, and at that point, every single time you try to engage a fight as Brame, you know that there's going to be some sort of counter initiation to come through from Extremum.
Middle tower is under attack.
None of it truly matters, Skyrath. Try to let it go.
Dire
Is mine.
Arcane Ring now. Picked up in the jungle for Melior. Shoot. I wonder when we get to see him just get to sit in a lane for a little bit. Pick up some experience. Because the level 6 on the Skyrath Mage feels like it can make such a difference if it can arrive at a similar timing as the Blink Dagger
middle tower is under attack.
from the axe. It would be so huge. Because then you have this massive 1-2 punch that you can just apply anywhere on the map. At that point,
Top tower is under
pretty much only Tidehunter survives if he's at full HP, but everyone else is definitely in trouble. And Sachlo is going to get to the Blink Dagger sooner rather than later. Wish is smoked up. They are sitting behind focus right now. He is debating, does have access to the Chrono Spear. Sachlo is going to find himself getting caught out. Unfortunately, it was a trap. It was a trap. Storminator even rotates in just to ensure that they drag him in with the Reality Rift so that there is no assistance from any nearby allies. At the same time though, they will decide to jump Skylark. Get some revenge for their fallen comrade. They're like, you bring down our offlaner. Fine, fine, do it. Do it. See what happens to yours. Focus. Already has this morbid mask at the ready. Slowly but surely building in towards the Mask of Madness. And then Maelstrom, I would presume. And then the Satanic. I might actually just leave the Morbid Mask, go Maelstrom, and then go back for the Satanic immediately. Never mind. There's Mask of Madness. It's cool. But like seriously, these early Satanic Faceless Voids by like 20-25 minutes are just so hard to kill. And woe betide you if you allow them to actually secure the second row shot as well. Get him the Aghanim shot with the reverse time walk. My god. Top lane. Lol, Spartan. Just having a little bit of fun with the ENG swap. Looks like they are just gonna let this tower go though. Only Stormman is nearby. He's just making sure that heroes don't try rotate into the high ground, but he's getting pounced upon by Melior from the background and they will be able to bring him down. Look how much magic damage they have on the side of Extremum right now. Tidehunter, once he recovers this game, he'll definitely have to invest in a Pipe of Insight. The difficulty of not doing so is that there's just every single time you take a fight, just everyone pouring in magic damage on the entire team. Sure, you can crack and shell off of the stuns, but can't do the same to like a Resonant Pulse, to the Scareth Mage Salvo. It's very annoying. Brame right now. We'll try to get aggressive down here in the bottom lane. Stomine will get in behind the tier 1 tower. Looking to chase G out. We'll actually be able to find him. The 2-second stun does connect. They're not going to try to go for the jump though. The fortification being popped, they feel like this is a trap. They see the Nature's Attendance as well from G and the level 1 into the Untouchable. It's an extremely difficult kill. They just do not have the damage. If Wish was here, that might be a different story. But he's currently occupying the mid lane. Still farming that out. They might try to jump onto Focus. They've been here for a while without pushing down this tower. Focus needs to be very careful. Extremum, they get the jump directly onto him with the Mystic Flare and they get everything down. And Focus does die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. A little bit of an unfortunate play there from Brame because of how much time they spent unable to really put any pressure onto Extremum. Because it didn't kill anybody, there was always the threat of them just all TPing in, encircling them, and they didn't want to commit the whole team either, so they end up paying the price. Focus does go down. We'll see if they can secure this tier 1 tower middle though. Wish is putting in as much pressure as he can. Skylark is in the trees holding the Ravage. Will not have to use it. The Extremum understand the nature of the threat of Ravage, as well as right now not having any vision of this Faceless Void. Sure, he's bottom now and he shows himself, but at the time, do you really want to take that risk? Probably not. So they do end up letting their tier 1 tower fall. And it looks like Focus is actually going for this more stat orientated build. SNY immediately following the Mask of Madness. So tanking up, making sure that it can actually survive the initial jump. If you can't survive those spells, then no matter how cool the effects are of the Time Walk, you'll just never be able to get it off. You'll just die, even if he gets BKB. Because the Blink Call or the Aether Remnant can literally come out of nowhere before you're ready to use your spells, before you're ready to press the BKB. And speaking of Blink Call, gets revealed down bottom, but this is a Tidehunter, a beefy boy, does end up surviving this. They commit the Chronosphere. It is on the Skywrath Mage, but it does secure them the kill. They still have the Ravage available. Inkswell rolling forward. Sarchlow does find the stun out onto this axe. Time Lapse and the Time Dilation thrown down onto Sarchlow, slowing him up to get him away from this. There is going to be the Soul Bind as well. Wish is making a movement in from the mid lane. They really do not want to have to use this Ravage. And thus far, they don't have to. Wish, can he close the gap? Looking to get somebody in. And Storming here as well. Reality Rift into the Yule Scepter. They finally get Sachlo. The whole team came for this, but it's going to be well worth it. As they bring down the axe. And his death will open up the tier 1 tower bottom. And they keep punishing this axe whenever they can. Everybody else from Extremum gets back, but unfortunately does result in this death. And Skylark will also port middle to make sure they can't apply pressure onto the tier 1 on that side. Now focus goes right back in. What? Nope, they back off again. Okay. They don't have any mana left on Tidehunter. Wish doesn't have any mana either, so they're not in any shape to fight. Okay, never mind. Tower's still locked. It'll be hilarious if this creep wave just took it right now. But Skylark is going to take the risk. He's going to go down there. Whilst Focus will just go back and start farming these Ancients. Very, very close game farm-wise. Top 5 most farm heroes though. 3 of them are from the side of Brame. However, Extremum are not just resting and allowing this game to just slip away from them. They're inside the Roshan pit, trying to get something back. The big man is going to fall soon and drop that Aegis. Immortality most likely goes the way of Melior, but they could also put it on Nefrit. Personally, not something that I really enjoy, but we definitely see it happening from time to time. Also, Nefrit is opting not to go for Radiance. He's going to go rather for this AC. Okay. Sachlo, okay. I guess this is because right now they're having difficulty staying in this game because Sachlo keeps dying and or Brame finding it too easy to just counter jump him. While this is happening, they kill oh wow, how did that happen? How did that happen? Medigo dies top. Spartan just finds him. Yikes. Yikes.
The jungle has everything Axe desires.
G in a situation right now where he's sitting with the Solar Crest, farming up, and he wants to make sure that he has everything needed to try and buff up this Wraith King. As many steroids as possible to come in. Even the creeps that he starts to pick up. It would always be ideal if right before a fight you find like either a Hellbear Smasher or an Alpha Wolf. Feels very good. And they really want to find a Blink play. Still have this double damage on Sachlo. They smoke out bottom. Sominane's the first one that gets scouted out here, but he's scouting who? They get the grab initially out onto the Enchantress on the other side of the fight though. Mystic Flare drop down onto Wish. They get the quick grab onto the Lina. She's gone. There's the Ravage though on the 3, but they've already lost 2 heroes on the side of Brave, so this has to be a Ravage to retreat. Skylark, he now is completely isolated. He's gonna stand here to try and buy his team some time. Doing what he can. Has the Hood of Defiance. It's taking a lot longer than they would like it to. My god, he's still alive, this Tidehunter. I didn't know watermelons were filled with beefcake, but eventually they bring him down. And look at this. Let's see the replay here. G. Chaos Bot, Reality Rift pulled back, but at the same time they're jumping the important target on the other side of the fight. Bringing down Lina, bringing down Grimstroke. Ravage catches 3, but then there can be no follow-up. Focus does the very smart thing, doesn't actually commit the Chronosphere. If he commits Chrono in that situation, and they don't have bubble for a future fight after everyone respawns, it's really bad, but just not having the Ravage is not so bad. It's a recoverable situation. They still have Laguna Blade, they still have Soulbind. Stormin is just sitting in the trees, hoping somebody errantly wanders by. Just farming a lot when he can, when he knows that heroes aren't in the vicinity. Still has a TP scroll, so he can assist his team if necessary. And it might be necessary now as they find the Yule Scepter grab in the top lane out onto G. Wish finally able to utilize that Laguna Blade. He's been aching to burst somebody down like that. Let's see if they can find themselves a tier 1 tower in the top lane as Extremum deploying Melior down bottom to try his best to push out that tier 1. Sarchlo. Nice jump onto CK. Dominate. Definitely gone. This is not a CK who's playing in the core role. This is a support CK. So bursting him is par for course here. And they grab him. They bring him down. Easy jump, easy kill, easy life. And they managed to actually grab themselves back the net worth advantage off of that. Raid King, still the most farmed hero on the map. I wonder what the side of Brame is going to decide to do, right, in terms of... Here's what I'm thinking about this game, right? Oh, wait, hold that thought, top lane. G. He's just going to draw some attention towards himself. I don't think they want to come save him here. It's going to take a little bit of time because of untouchable. At the same time, Focus, is he in trouble? Your Scepter, Aether Remnant, can they get to help him? No, there's no tier 1 tower nearby. The Mystic Flare is going to be there. Focus can still jump away. He might have to Chrono TP out. He gets the Chrono down. And indeed, this is going to be the escape tool. Ravage is back online, and they do finally manage to bring down the Enchantress. At the same time, though, Raid King also showed up bottom. Can he time walk away the last time? No, he cannot. Strength Treads. Wasn't able to put back in the Fairy Fire in time, so he ends up falling top lane. Sarchlo immediately goes back for the jump onto this Skylord Tidehunter. Unfortunately, no follow-up. There's no Mystic Flare nearby, so not nearly enough damage to make that kill happen. Skywrath Mage involved in 2 back-to-back situations where they find a core kill. Pretty big deal to be killing Focus and allowing this Wraith King to continue farming, because Wraith King is also the hero you pick to counter this Faceless Void. Another one of the reasons why Wish has to keep his farm at the rate that it is at right now. Currently sitting at 2nd in the net worth. Better not fall, better stay at this exact level. BKB coming soon, very important in this game to deal with the Skywrath Mage, the Void Spirit, the Wraith King. Will still be susceptible to being caught out by the axe, but what can you do? What can you do? Unless he buys Aeon Disc, it is what it is. Bottom lane, Focus. Might be getting caught out again. Storminer uses his ultimate nearby. They were trying to bait with him. Unfortunately, the bait was a bit too successful and he ends up falling. Dual Scepter thrown out onto Spartan as well. Can they keep him alive? He throws out the Soulbind back onto Nefret, so he's low to keep chasing. Him and G will just toy around with it. Looked like they were just playing around with a piece of rope. Extremum now. 5k gold lead for them. What can Brame do? What can Brame do?
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Right now, the best thing that they can do, they have Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter. This would have been awesome if they were able to have it a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, game hasn't turned out that way. If they can utilize this in tandem with the Chronosphere, you know, they can wipe out all 5 heroes fairly reliably. Of course, this is also predicated on the positioning being good. However, the window for that is going to close as these BKB/defensive items start to come in for Extremum. Magnum Shot being picked up for the axe since he already has the Manta style. And he'll be able to keep a lot of waves pushed out with this. You know, whenever I see this these days, I always think to myself, something tells me this isn't necessarily what Ice Frog intended by allowing illusions to carry certain mechanics, but hey, find a way to make whatever works work in Dota 2. Focus out here in the top lane, and yep, we see that Satanic being queued up. He's terrifyingly close to it, and after that, the easy grabs and easy jumps they've been having onto him cease to be that easy anymore. they've been able to delay the Satanic because of the focus they've been able to apply onto focus. Haha. But at some point, this item will emerge, and they haven't found themselves being able to walk up the high ground just yet. Extremum.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What will we see from them? Skylock decides to TP home because Nefrit is putting out a major push onto this tier 3 tower, and he has a blink dagger as well, so he manages to blink away to safety. Okay. He almost baited out the Ravage. Almost. It was scarily close. Fortunately for the Wraith King, he manages to blink away to safety. Unfortunately for the Tide Hunter, he doesn't use the ultimate. Focus. What's the play here? What's the plan? For him, it's just farm, right? For the rest of the team, it's just make sure that he can keep farming. For the side of Extremum, they will be wanting to put some more pressure out, because eventually they start to get some worries about damage. Right now, it's not that big of a deal, but it starts to become a problem. So you want to be ending out this game whilst you can. You have this major tempo advantage to yourself. Ooh, what a bait, Nefrit! Baits in Wish, but will Wish end up falling? Not yet. He gets the BKB off, so he survives. Chronosphere back onto the two supports on the far side of the fight. Focus not able to kill any of them, but Melio able to jump back and get the grab out onto Wish, and there's the huge Ravage catching absolutely everybody, but they don't have the damage just yet. Focus getting off the ink swell onto everybody, and there is more right click damage. There's the soulbind to make sure that both the Axe or the Wraith King don't get away from this fight. They bring down the Axe eventually. First light for Nefrit finally does get popped. Stomine waiting in the wings to make sure that he gets off this chaos bounce. It's a 4-second stun. Time dilation is there. Make sure he's slowed up. They bring him down. Melio recognizes it's a lost fight and TP's out to safety. Huge fight there taken by Brame as Wish. He dangles himself forward. BKB at the ready. Pops it at the right moment. Takes up so much of their attention that, yeah, sure, they do kill him. But then the side of Brame is able to pounce, and now the path to Roshan lies open. Did I not say earlier that Lord betide you if you end up giving up Rosh number 2 and that Aghanim shard? Guess what this is? It's Rosh number 2 and an Aghanim shard. Extremum need to fight this. Extremum need to do whatever they can. G, getting caught out. He might end up taking a tumble, and indeed he does. Do you have buyback, my friend? Do not know. Sachlo gets a blink core, but only onto illusions, but he's buying time. He's buying time. And Brame have somewhat taken the bait because they're not finishing off this Rosh right now. They don't have that much right-click damage at the moment, so they will not be able to finish this off. Extremum have done well to delay this and force them away from the pit. Satanic arrives to focus though. Chronosphere is going to be coming back soon. Now look how fearless he feels right now. He can just be inside the Roshan pit. Being like, yeah, come at me, bro. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Will he survive this jump? Indeed, he is alive right now. And they get off the stun back. No, they do not. There's a soul bind. They actually managed to get the culling blade off. They jump him and they kill him. But the double Laguna blade from Wish eviscerates the Axe. Next to fall is going to be Nefrit. That's only the first life, however. Skylock, no Ravage just yet. Melio able to get the jump onto Spartan, and they do kill the Grimstroke. Brame seems to have overextended themselves a little bit there. They didn't have the big ultimates at the ready, so they take a fight they're not fully prepared for and end up losing. Let's see this again. Faceless Void. Look at Wish. So Wish ends up surviving, right, initially, but he goes back in a little bit too soon while he's still silenced. Doesn't wait for the duration to finish before jumping back in. Had he gone out of the fight and waited to jump back in, maybe there's a chance for that fight, but the best they could do was the double Laguna Blade killing the Axe and the Wraith King, still end up losing the Grimstroke. Ultimately, they do force the buyback from the Axe, who felt it was necessary to protect the Aegis.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And when we look at the resulting charts, seems to be well worth it for Extremum. Finding a lot of farm out of that engagement, finding some map control now as they look to take yet another and final tier 2 tower on the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And odds now trending in the favor of Extremum, having started off in a pretty rough position. They are definitely looking the better of the two squads right now in game number 1. BKB finally picked up for this Wraith King, and this is really scary to get a BKB at this time. The threat of him just being present and throwing out spells, still right-clicking people down during ravages, avoiding LSAs, etc. is going to be so dangerous. That being said though, if he gets caught by one of these stuns errantly, can still be a problem for him. Skywrath Mage. Oh, I love this item. Aghanim Scepter on the Skywrath Mage. Gonna be all the damage in the world. This is one of the items that I love because it allows the Skywrath Mage to keep scaling into the game. Yeah, sure, your spells don't maintain the same level of punch they always did at the beginning, but they stack up. They stack up. I believe Beastmaster, sure, Beastmaster has the amplification, but that hero has taught us all the lesson about what sustained damage in a fight with low cooldowns can eventually do to a team. They smoke, but right underneath an Observer Ward, so they should be ready for this maneuver on the side of Brame. So they back off onto the high ground. Can they jump something, or do they just want the outpost? Just the outpost for now. Doesn't seem like they want to do anything with the Roshan as of yet. They're content to just have this Aegis be a farming Aegis and a map control Aegis, just scaring Brame away from trying to jump into them.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Such low. This is really scary. BKB Manta. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem now for Brame to deal with. The double BKB. I think they're going for a third, aren't they? Well, doesn't Voicebird already have his? We'll see when we click on him just now. Either way, Brame now gonna be ever reliant on this Chronosphere, and inside the bubble itself, the Soulbind double Laguna has to come out. In fact, I would love to see Wish start to invest into an Ags to pierce the BKB. Maybe even the Shard to get on the ground. Brave. 15k gold deficit. 15k, jeez. Just been climbing higher and higher, and the only hero that's out on the map trying to get any semblance of farm, not even out on the map, just every now and then he goes to grab a wave, is this Faceless Void. So with this Aegis, they're choking them inside the base. And Extremum being very careful about when they decide to go up this hill. Now here they go, the jump onto the Faceless Void. Can they get the burst in time? No, they cannot. There's going to be the Ravage, only stuns a couple, but there is going to be the Soulbind on the two. Axe cannot escape away from Melio, but the Dissimulate with the Yule Scepter buys enough time that there is no opportunity for Yush to use the Laguna Blade. So he does end up surviving. Very scary. But they did use quite a few spells on the side of Brame. They used the Phantasm, they used Ravage, they used Soulbind. And Extremum, they're like, cool. We only have to really wait for Mystic Flare, and there we go, it's back up, let's go. We've reset. You still have to wait like 100 seconds, and now jump onto Focus. Focus gets 4-star forward, kept alive for now. Skylark at the forefront, they still have those Chronosphere, so they have to be somewhat careful. Nefrit manages to run down Spartan. Buyback, if you have it, has to be used right now, my friend. Focus, trying to get as much damage out as much as he can, but Focus gets bursted down, gets jabaited out. Both heroes will buy back. They've already lost the range racks. If they can't find the Skywrath Mage at the back of the fight, I'm really surprised they're not choosing to try and get onto him. But without this Ravage, I thought that's why they were thinking about buying this Blink Dagger on the CK. When they got it, it represents an opportunity to be able to jump onto the backline and find the Skywrath Mage. But with how strong these heroes are from Extremum in the core roles, they just run at you, force your attention onto them, then you have no option but to use your spells, and then Skywrath Mage completely free to do whatever the hell he wants. Lina out here on the side of Brame. What's like Wish in this situation, one of the issues is that no matter how much spam he has back on the lane with Stroke of Fate and things, he needs to actually be farming so he can have the necessary damage to win some of these fights, because they are just punching like wet noodles. They have peaked very strongly right now on Extremum with this Wraith King and the Axe. But Ultimates will be returning soon, but it doesn't really matter because they've gotten what they came for, which is a laner Axe. Now you just reset, wait for the next Roche. Melio, wait for this Aeon Disc, which means that he can survive either the Chrono or the Ravage, making it very difficult to consider jumping in onto him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In fact, I think you only kill him now if you Chrono him. Try to kill him specifically in the Chrono until the Aeon Disc pops, and then before Chrono goes down, Skylark pops the Ravage. Speaking of Skylark, gonna get jumped on by Sashto and Nefrit. They get the quick burst and the quick kill. They get the Soulbind back though onto these two heroes, but they're just running themselves away. The double Chaotic Bolt gonna fly forward. Do they have enough damage to get the first life? They do, and there is gonna be a Chronosphere drop down onto the Axe. It's a dieback on Axe, and now with the Laguna Blade directly onto Nefrit. Nefrit somehow healing up with the Omelette. He stays alive. Sashlo buys back, gets back in the fight. Two heroes cold. Both of them go down. Lina can buy back. Grimstroke in the Faceless Void cannot. What a buyback coming in from Sachlo. Second time in this game he buys back in a situation. The first time doesn't really seem necessary. This time around he absolutely cleans up house, and now also finding Stomine. The CK goes down, and it looks like all hopes of Brame winning this game have followed him into the grave. They're looking for their third and final tier 3 tower, which should lead into another set of racks for them. What can Brame do about this? Melee racks top is gone. Now the melee racks middle is in jeopardy. Can they stop this? Skylark still has Ravage. Skylark cannot afford to die here. He doesn't have buyback. Can he get off the Ravage? No, he cannot. He loses his life. Oh my god, a dieback. That should certainly call the end of this game. Brame now discussing draft number 2, because game number 1 is certainly over. And the last hurrah is gonna be Wish. Surrounded by targets, he's brought down. GG is called. Brame get taken down by Extremum. What a game coming in. Woof. That was hot. Extremum played extremely well in this game, excuse the pun. They put themselves in a winning situation with how they played that Axe lane, ensuring that Focus got nothing and also targeting him continually in this game. Once they got that Blink Dagger on Sachlo, the combo with the Mystic Flare seemed like it was reserved almost exclusively for the Axe. And the Skywrath managed to jump directly onto the Faceless Void. No one else was a target at all. It was a nice bonus if you found somebody else, but the target was let's find Axe. Let's hunt him down. And once they got to that point where they were killing him over and over and over again, then they took huge fight after huge fight. And even though it did seem like there were a couple of engagements where Brave did seem really strong, in particular that fight around middle, with the Chronosphere catching on to two important targets, they managed to bring them both down. Unfortunately though, Wraith King, the counter proves to be too strong. They have real difficulty bringing him down once, let alone twice. Melior itemized perfectly as well. I honestly felt like this was a draft in a game of survivability on the side of Extremum. How many times did we see them in a situation where somebody gets caught out in a genuinely rough position, but it just takes so long for them to die? Itemization from Melior. He goes for Yule's Aeon Disc. Sachlo is just being Sachlo. Highly leveled early on with this Vanguard. And Nefrit, of course, looking super solid in this game. They somehow managed to come away with this W. Really well played from them. And I think that Brame as well will be somewhat concerned about their positioning. They just were really struggling. Really struggling to keep the Faceless Void alive. Keep the Faceless Void in a fighting position in the game. And ultimately, they end up losing the game because of it. So, with that, Game 1 does go the way of Extremum, which means we're probably going to have a 3-game set, but Extremum might ride this wave of momentum, and they might ride not the best game from Focus in particular, so maybe they can find a way to exploit him again and have him have a rough game. He can have a rough game, probably they come in with a W. So we'll see how it goes for them in game number 2. So don't go anywhere, stick around, we'll be right back with the more Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades. Oh, and my screen that's not working. Hold on. That's not supposed to be happening. So, we are back. We have returned. We have some new Dota. However, it's a bit of a complication here because one of the issues that we have here. Oh, no, not that. One of the issues that's come up in this game, right? And that we have in this situation, there we go, is that Extremum have gotten themselves off to a fairly decent start. And by decent start, the main thing that we see from them, the Enchantress Legion Commander, is very threatening as a duo. However, I would have liked to see Axe, but Axe is bad. They realize on the side of Brame, they're like, you know what, we're not gonna allow this Axe to actually stay in the game. So rather we remove it, don't deal with it at all, it's all good, it's fine.
10 seconds remaining.
Just simplify your life, not have to deal with a problematic hero.
Radiant team
On the other side, for the side of the young team of Extremum, they banned out Timbersaw as well as the Centaur. I love that Brame just went for the Wraith King straight up. There are certain teams that I just feel like play really well with these certain kind of heroes, right? Like your Wraith Kings, your PLs. Some of these squads just like they make life good. They make life a little easier for you as a squad, as a team. So I want to see if they're going to be able to utilize this better than what we're able to utilize the Wraith King. Oh, not the Wraith King, the Faceless Void in the previous game. And hopefully, as well as Extremum was able to utilize the self-same Wraith King. One thing that I'm really considering now is whether or not Brame just decides to go back for just like an all-in lineup. They pick up like Mars, Phoenix. They're just all in on the team fight. Because in the previous game, they had like damage issues, but they also had like fight issues outside of having these big ultimates. They didn't have these spammable spells in the same way that Extremum had them. And Chu Scareth Mage did a lot of work in the previous game. Him and the Axe just were bouncing, as we said, from lane to lane, killing the Faceless Void over and over. Why not pick it again? This combo looks strong. The Axe is more or less an approximation of this combo anyway. This is what starts it, so you've been picking up the fakes. Grab yourself the OG, baby. Legion Commander with the Skywrath Mage. Very excited to see it happen. On the other side, they get up the Shadow Demon to themselves. A save. Very good against the Legion Commander and the Skywrath Mage, provided he's in range. We should be seeing him just rushing as soon as he can, storming the Aether Lens. Is this an Aether Lens game for 4-position Shadow Demon? Yes, but I'm wondering, is it a 4-position Shadow Demon? Or do they want to put this on Spartan? They might not know just yet, they'll figure it out. They do pick up now the Storm Spirit. Feels like this game might be crying out for a Lion pick. With a Shadowed Fiend. Okay, SF baby. Alright, okay, I see you. Having SF in this game gives you this big ultimate to fight around besides the Wraith King, a ton of magic damage. Also, if Legion Commander doesn't buy MKB, not MKB, the battle... Why is my tongue so lit today? What's happening? If we do not have a Blade Mail, that's the item with the spikes. We need them spikes. If there's no Blade Mail that emerges here for this LC, then every time she goes in for a duel, her dual target will get disrupted and she herself will get blown to pieces by this Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team back.
It's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what the situation is going to be in terms of how they make sure that this LC and Skyrath Mage combination can still dish out the damage. Storm Spirit does help out quite a bit. Hero that can get to the backlines of the fight. He's going to have to hunt the Shadow Demon as often as humanly possible if they want to win these engagements. Otherwise it feels really complicated for them in any of these fights. Sand King and Tide Hunter banned by Extremum, as of course they're looking for the Skylark hero now for Brame, as they removed heroes for our friend Nefrit to play, taking out the Juggernaut and the Faceless Void.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, what's the last pick gonna be for them now?
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, the Zombie Knights. Okay. 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 This is a hero that can help you sort of all in on the save potential throughout the game.
10 seconds.
Omni Knight.
You may now select your heroes.
And they get the PL last pick. PL wasn't banned. They banned Jug, they banned Void, but they left PL in. Then they picked Omni Knight. And then they got P. Oh, this is such a good PL game. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. This is an interesting end to the draft. Alright. How do we feel about this? So we wind up in a game that has Omni Knights at the end of the draft for Brave, so more defensive capabilities for them, not necessarily more team fight. So they're still highly reliant on Wish to do a lot in this game. They don't have a natural initiator on their side either, which is a bit of a worry for me going into this game. On the bright side, they have the capability for lots of damage, right? You have this Wraith King already. We've seen how well he can scale with physical damage. The Shadow Fiend can scale with magic damage, which Wish often plays. However, if he decides to go physical, they have a lot of punch. And of course, the presence of the Dark Lord will make Wraith King's job a little bit easier as time goes on. You have the heals coming in from the Omni Knight, so there's a sustain going into the fights. However, the team fight is a little bit lacking from the side of Brame Extremum. I'm just wondering, how do you control this PL? This feels like one of those games where PL can just go nuts, right? How do you control the Storm Spirit? There's a Shadow Demon on your team, so you have this disruption, sure, but you lack a lot of hard disable on your side. So it feels like it's a really complicated game for the side of Brame to play out. I really like the Extremum draft, actually. Feels very simple and straightforward. Shadow Fiend, you look at him, you jump on him, Legion Commander presses R on him, then Skyrath Mage presses R on him, and then he's dead. Then you win the fight. Will it be that simple? Let's find out with the game of Dota 2. As we get into the second game here in the series. Brame versus Extremum. Game 2. We're going to be seeing whether or not this is the sort of game where ultimately Extremum go over 2-0, or if Brame can force us into a decider. Given the momentum that we saw in game 1, Extremum looked very good, but also really like this draft from them. At the same time though, Brame can set up kills of their own using the Shadow Demon. Disruption into LSA, disruption into Requiem, disruption into the Wraithfire Blast. There are several ways to quickly burst down a target that can be set up from that 4 position.
Beautiful.
Wait, actually, who's playing what? Yeah, Spartan's playing the Lina. Alright, leaving Stormine on the Shadow Fiend, the Shadow Demon. Shadow Fiend being played up by Wish.
30 seconds to battle.
Okay. Okay. Skylark. Skylark. Ah, he's fine. He's all good. He's all good. He's all good. He is fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
The battle begins.
And now the horn will sound. 2-2 bounty rune trade. No shenanigans taking place here. So that will lead us into the start of this game. And let's go. Let's see where this all goes. Let's do it. 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 Game number 2 that I do believe we should see Brame trying to pick up the pace, but in particular trying to utilize Skylark in a different role. Rather than have him be the one that's helping you to directly win the game through teamfight contributions, they're going to try and see whether or not he can be the one that gives them necessary sustain, because they ran out of a lot of sustain in game 1 as well. But I'm really worried about this PL. This is such a good game for this PL. The one good thing though is that because most of the setup for like the Requiem combo will be coming from Disruption into Requiem rather than like LSA into Requiem, it does mean that it's possible for them to actually get the kill without having to worry about press the attack, just purging off the initial stun. Disruption. Going out now onto Nefrit. But he's all good. He's fine. He's fine. Everything's fine. What's really scary though is what this PL is going to be able to achieve in this game. Once he picks up that Diffusal Blade, there's so many heroes that are terrified of fighting into him. Skylark hates having to deal with PLs just rushing him down. And generally, unless you go old school and pick up like these radiances, then we have a situation where at the very least that would have some evasion effect, but unfortunately not going to be present in this game because Skylark needs to go for some pipes, some mech maybe, just make sure that the entirety of his team stays alive. I like the way this lane is going for Wish in the mid lane. Like, yeah, he's behind Meloyo right now, but he hasn't been killed just yet. But as I say this, okay, rotation comes in. Alright. I was actually worried he might die here, but this is not necessarily a Shadow Fiend favored lane early on. It's gonna go the typical way of Shadow Fiend lanes, where you have to kill him early, as him accruing levels turns his fate and his tide around. Wish is out here. I'm going to be able to do fairly well here. At the same time, we do see that this mid lane is going extremely well for Meloyo. Tons of CS in his favor. So once he hits 6, he'll feel quite comfortable. He'll have his items. Can maybe make a quick rotation. Assist them in getting the first duel of the game. And they won't be wholly reliant on the Skywrath Mage this time around on dishing out the necessary damage after the Blink initiation from the Legion Commander. In fact, with Storm in the game, they might choose to delay the Blink somewhat on LC. Personally, I still think you get it, but we have seen a lot of teams when they have a hero like this Void Spirit, Puck, sometimes delay getting the Blink dagger on Legion Commander specifically. Just a young quick pause. 4 minutes into the game, still do not have a first blood by some miracle. Despite some fairly aggressive heroes, especially with this top lane, I was really expecting them to get something. But they've been playing very carefully. Definitely making sure for themselves that under no circumstances will we allow anybody to get close to this Wraith King. We're going to spam up down with these spells from the Lina. And as a result, lots of CS going the way of the Wraith King as well. It's fairly tight, in fact, if you look at the CS, the grouping between the two sides. The big winner obviously is going to be Extremum, because G can get some jungle farm with this Enchantress for free. So in terms of overall just efficiency on the map, because Nefrit is completely fine 1v1 versus Skylark, frees up G to keep his farm going. And they also know that this mid lane, until level 5, when Shadow Fiend starts to just burn through all these camps, is a favorable matchup for the Storm Spirit. So it puts them in this envious position on the side of Brame, where it's like, man, they're just getting so farm everywhere. We just have to be hyper efficient, do what we can on our cores. Just alright, let's see how long it's gonna take. He's rebooting his PC. Let's see if he has an SSD. Let's hope. If he has an SSD, alright, he'll be right back. If it's like some 5,400 RPM, oh, like SATA 2, we're gonna be here for a while. Nice time to pause though, because mid animation for Wish looks kind of cool. Let's see what LC looks like. Okay, it's okay, it's alright. I love those big swords behind her from the overwhelming odds, it seems. Like the spirit swords. Or is that from the crit? Oh my gosh, that's from the crit. Does it go through you from the Wraith King? That's so cool. That is so cool. That's awesome. Here's Roshan, the big man. Not sitting with any additional bounty just yet. Still just has the 1 Aegis. No goodies. Do kind of think in this game, of course, it's going to be the side of Brame that have a bit of an easier time snagging the Roche. That being said, Extremum can do it solo with the Legion Commander, considering just dependent on how her lane goes. Oh, okay, SSD. Alright, Nefrit's cool. Because he rebooted, got back into Dota in like a couple minutes, so he's cool. And I had to like join Discord and all that stuff, so in a good place. Getting back into the game. Sachlo needs to find as good of a lane as humanly possible. Right now, Spartan is doing a fantastic job of enabling his Wraith King to farm. Mid lane though, we might have them try to put some damage out onto Meloyo. Unfortunately, they have the same idea from Extremum as they jump in and bring down Wish. Stomine had the disruption at the ready to try and help out with a kill onto Meloyo, but they turn the tide. Extremum, they find the first blood, bringing down Wish in the mid lane. Okay. Extremum looking quite good. Now with that first blood, it does mean that the LC was isolated for a little bit, so she gets completely zoned out. She has to go back to base to heal up in the situation, which leaves the top lane completely free for focus. And boy oh boy is he taking advantage of this. Going for a Hand of Midas into Radiance. Alright. Recognizing the peril of this game versus this PL. And itemizing accordingly. Needs some late game potential against that hero. And needs to have the Radiance. You cannot play against PL without Radiance. It just is impossible.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Melee up. Oh, Sachlo. Be careful. Alrighty, Sachlo is gonna be able to just get himself away to safety here. The Dragon Slave doesn't connect. Wish does have all 3 razors back online. Will he get them? Ooh, misses the long range raise. Did connect with the meaty. Yeah, he's fine. Can Shadow Demons dominate? Can he close this gap? Okay, the first Shadow Poison does connect onto Sachlo. He doesn't have enough mana to TP out either. Nor does he have a TP scroll. What is he actually gonna get out of this? No freaking way. Sachlo, the madman. Okay. Somehow not only draws in all that attention, manages to survive and get out to safety. Stomine will find himself dying now in the mid lane, providing a kill yet again towards Chu and Mario. On the bright side for Brame, they continue to get a better game for focus. By this time around, when the LC has to leave, because she's venturing all across the map, they do take advantage of this timing to take the tier 1 tower in the top lane. It's gone, baby.
Gotta keep limber.
Nice quick kill there on the Omni Knight. Bit of a problem that they actually killed him there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Double damage.
But it is his first death of the game. Skylark though will definitely have to do something impressive in this game to justify this Omni Knight pick. Certainly not meta for a reason. You generally need your offlaner in this current meta to be more active. And even if you pick an aura builders like Darkseer or the Underlord generally are preferred, because they come with additional toolkits that have a direct impact on the opposing core hero. Take the illusions from the Wall of Replica, turn them against the enemy. Firestorm is crazy. Tankier targets die faster. With Omni Knight, what do you get? Like degen aura? Pretty much it. It is one of the few ways to get some faster debuff for yourself in this game now, but okay, Meloyo comes in, does get caught mid-jump by the Shadow Demon, thrown into an LSA, still alive though. They haven't been able to kill him just yet, and he's still going into the trees. Will he pop? No, he will not. Here's going to be support coming in from Extremum to bring down Storminae, and now Skylark might find himself isolated. However, focus is also here. They dodge the Wraithfire Blast using Nefret dodging away. Can he escape? No, he cannot. There is going to be the LSA to catch him out. Nefret still running through the trees. Doppelganger not going to be off cooldown for quite a while, and they do manage to run him down somehow. Okay. 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 Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Them managing to find that kill. Pretty huge. That is the big hero that's going to be a huge bother later. So you want to kill him as many times as you can right now. We see a jump onto Skylark. Can they kill him? Not just yet. A lot of damage being thrown in by Luna, or the Lina from the low ground. Meloyo now out of mana. Skylark, will he survive? Looks that way. Healing up. Has Purification back online fairly shortly. It's online now, but he wants to use it to get damage. And he's fine. Wish is going to find these razors. Meloyo delays the inevitable with the Electric Vortex, but the inevitable does occur. Oh, that was super sick there from the side of Brame. Somehow keeping Skylark alive. They really underestimated how tanky this hero would be, and they thought they needed less damage than what they actually had, but turns out not to be the case. Heavenly Grace, man. Status resistance. Status resistance, status resistance. Maybe that's the play. They're like, okay, if we pick Omni Knight, then our carry heroes don't have to buy Sange. It's like, why buy Sange, bro? You've got the Grace right here. You got the Grace at home. Here's the Grace at home. Smoke up on the side of Brave. Wish does come across the Legion Commander. Yule Scepter. Can they get the burst? Yes, they do. They have more than enough damage to find this kill. Sashlo does end up taking a tumble. Good usage of the first Yule's combo in the game. You always feel very good about this when you are going for this spell casting build. And we see they find focus from Extremum. Okay, will they find the first life? Yeah, they do. It's a pretty huge deal. They force him to blow the 200-second cooldown. This is great now. Immediately will make focus play more cautiously on the map, because now suddenly it's possible to catch him out and kill him in ways that simply were not before. Massive cooldown to wait for. And Extremum, very similar to game 1. The longest cooldown they have to really worry about is the Skywrath Mage ult. So once that's back offline, the cooldown is down, they're gonna go for another play. They're actually gonna go for another play right now. Stomine, he's the one at the forefront of this. And they just get the grab, disruption out. Onto G. G kept alive by the press the attack. Are you kidding me? Nature's Attendant as well, sustaining him through. Will he survive? Demonic Purge, will it kill him? No way! How is that even possible? G just tanks through all of it somehow. Top lane, there might be a duel. They don't want to duel him though with the Heavenly Grace on. Kind of a waste unless he's basically at 0 HP. And Sachlo doesn't have Blink Dagger just yet, so he can't try and find these targets on the further parts of the fight. They'll just go for the easy route. Take the tier 1 tower. Maybe plop down a ward or 2 before they move off. In fact, no, not plop down a ward or 2. Make a smoke move or 2, because here's the Ancient Seal. They're reaching for this Lina. Domine able to get this allied disruption to save Spartan. LSA keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Press the attack though, gets rid of it instantly, and Meloyo, they get the slowdown. Sachlo shows up for the first dual kill of the game, but they might be able to find the counter kill. Wish they silenced them, prevented him from using the Requiem early on, so that will allow for the escape onto Meloyo. Nice Ancient Seal. Skylark with the Heavenly Grace. Make sure that it's taken away sooner rather than later, but unfortunately, because of how long it takes to wind up, if you trigger the TP before he uses the Requiem, it's very unlikely that it ends up actually stopping it from happening. So Storm Spirit survives, Skywrath Mage goes down. And anytime Brame kills the Skywrath Mage, they're going to be happy. Make sure he's not getting levels. Massive amounts of damage that comes through with experience from that hero. Oh god, Nefrit has the Fusel. Nefrit has the Fusel. He's bullying into Mantis style now. This is extremely dangerous. Spartan though? Is he gonna get caught out? No, he's fine. Is he? Yeah, he's fine. Sachlo doesn't have Blink. If Sachlo had Blink, maybe it's a different story, but he's fine. What's really scary for me is this Diffusal Blade. Really terrifying. G. Gonna get bursted down on the D ward. Eh. 5 position dying for vision. Hashtag average times. Nothing atypical about that particular passage of play. In this game now, I don't know. Brame obviously happy with the fact that it's slowed down and that it's not the same pace as the previous one. As I say that though, they might try to kill Nefrit. Nah, they're not going to connect onto the LSA, although there are additional heroes rotating down here. Stomine looking for the grab. Wish actually going to blink onto him with the Yule Scepter. Where did Wish pick up the Blink Dagger? Okay. Blink Yules, they find the PL, they burst them down. We're still a long way away from the hot PL level, so he is still susceptible to this play. And Wish playing this SF perfectly. Blink, Yules with the BKB. And you might be able to find another target. They don't have the Requiem, but they still do have the triple razors, which is still a healthy heaping of damage. Unfortunately, the attendants are out. Can they actually find this grab? No, they cannot. Attendants, too much healing. And there is the Aether Lens that we desperately wanted. It's the only source of save at the moment on the side of Brame. Like, Purification can keep you alive, but it's not like necessarily a save. Guaranteed way to keep you alive no matter what with the disruption when somebody gets jumped on. Because you want to be saving the ultimate with the GA from the Omni Knight for the bigger portion of the fight. We'll see though if they can keep this game as stalled out and slow as it is. Get their farm on their heroes, finish this Radiance. And don't get picked off from lane to lane. Do not allow this Legion Commander to be building up this dual damage. Although they are rotating top, Melayo is going to form a distraction by going for a quick play and a quick jump bottom onto Stormine. Will succeed in killing him with this Orchid. And on the other side now, a fight can break out. It's definitely going to be 4v4, maybe even 4v5, depending on how quickly the Storm gets mana. They're very reluctant to jump in all in on this now. A lot of ATOS thrown out. Only on to focus though, so still has 2 lives. And he just got his Radiance coming back into this fight. He needs to watch his mana pool. And looks like Brame looks scary enough that Extremum do not really want to take this. They know that Wish still has the Blink Dagger on the far side of the fight. And they will prefer to just back off. Content with picking up that Shadow Demon down bottom. But Brame is very quickly getting to a portion of the game where they peak quite strongly. This SF, this Wraith King, BKB not too far away for SF. These damage items for the Wraith King are starting to stack up. Now that he has the Radiance, he can hyper farm. Radiance with Hand of Midas. He's gonna stay at the top of these farm charts every moment that he's not dead. And because of the Hand of Midas as well, he's gonna pick up so much experience in this game that he's gonna get closer to picking up the level 3 ult than would be very comfortable for Extremum. Sounds like a lot of ATOS thrown out in the mid lane, but it's focused, so yeah. That one's not happening. You let that one go. Let him build into his AC, which will deny away a lot of this damage from the PL. Between the AC as well as the Radiance, it can definitely be possible to make this PL have an extremely difficult time. But PL will eventually get to the bigger levels unless they also start making bigger moves on the side of Brame. PL's gonna go for the Manta first to start off though. It's not gonna go directly in for this Heart, as we've seen some PLs just do. Immediately after diffuse it, they're like, alright, it's good enough timing for Heart, let's go. Suppose in this game wants an additional tool to be able to bait out and disjoint this Wraithfire Blast from the Wraith King. Brame though certainly benefiting from this slower pace game. Pressing forward, looking for this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Focus has the Heavenly Grace on him. Yo, steroid on steroid on steroid, buddy. Would have been awesome if we bought like armlets as well. Imagine having to fight against the Wraith King with armlets, Heavenly Grace. You're like, alright fam, this is gonna be a fun time. Skylark. Definitely going to be the X factor. Still maintain that throughout this game. I love how they're waiting to try and spring a trap, but nobody comes. And instead, they scout out this Roche. It's an LC inside the Roshan pit, so it's very easy for them to take it. However, Brame scouts it out as well. And them fighting around the Roshan pit is a different story. In that case, Brame definitely have the advantage in that arena. They have the Requiem. They've got this really big GA and a nice tight area to make sure it's on everybody. We shall see though. Wish waiting in the wings. Ready with the ultimate, ready with the blink. Hoping for some bait, but they're just gonna send out these illusions to burn away the mana from focus. Wish also pops a DD rune. Damn. Really wants to take this fight. Oops. Gonna jump now. They find the Yules. Sachlo, first one caught out. But Skylark gets Yules up into the air, so no damage down onto either of the offlaners. That's really unsalvageable. Skylark though loses a lot of his mana. The same is true for Focus. These pure illusions. It's so difficult to take a long duration fight against a team that has this kind of PL. Focus now loses his first life. What will he do on the second? Nice duel on the far side of the fight from Nefrit. And Sachlo, they bring down Skylark. He buys back. Requiem from Wish gets dodged out by the doppelganger. And on the other side of the fight, Meliol's able to bring down Focus. He'd give up his life for the cause, but he's happy to do it. Now Nefrit chasing back onto Wish, but he's found himself Demonic Purge. The press the attack will help him get rid of all the Shadow Poison damage. Smarten not able to survive either. Nice GA. Not going to keep the Lina alive, however. Skylark not going to be lucky enough to live either. Wish will live. A huge fight for Extremum. They are able to come back into a situation where it looked like they may have given up the positioning around the Roshan pit, but it's definitely not true at the end of the day. And here's the fight again. Look at Focus. No mana left at the beginning, and as soon as he loses his life, they even commit the Mystic Flare for this, but they realize here's their chance. Skylark gets dueled, but look at Meliol. Meliol just jumps and effectively solo kills Focus. Uses the full 9-second duration on his BKB, but hashtag well worth. And he dies immediately afterwards, but he's happy with this. Because now he knows the rest of his team can very easily clean up house. Nefrit was losing some HP, immediately comes through with the bonus damage. Press the attack, keeps him alive. Also, Nefrit has the Aghanim Shard. Look at all these PL illusions bouncing around off the Spirit Lance. Oh boy, that shard. That shard. That changed everything. He changed his item build from going for the Manta style to pick up SNY. And then use some of the resultant gold that he saved from just upgrading the Yasha to pick up the shard. And god, PL shard is just so crazy. What a fight. What a fight. How lovely. Brame. What do you do after a fight like that where you've given up 3 lives? They haven't gone back into the Roshan pit. They possibly could. They do have LC and PL still alive, the both of them. And of course they have this Enchantress that can tank up a lot of the hits from the Rosh. But it's still not the speediest experience from them to take the big man down, so they might feel that it's a bit too risky at this point. Brame though are definitely going to feel hard done by in losing that fight. Now it's also Wish's first usage of the 9-second BKB. Hell, Wish had a double damage rune in that game. But jeez. The spam between PL and Skyrath Mage from outside of the Roshan pit, bringing everybody's HP down low. And we sort of saw this in the previous game as well, especially after you got the Aghanim Scepter, where before you knew it, half your HP is gone before the fight even starts. Also showing that Wraith King definitely needs BKB in this game. It's too dangerous to play into Skyrath Mage without it. And Brame, gracious enough to allow the pause without complaint, despite it being one of several from Extremum, but it's all good. Aghanim Shard also available for Sachlo, so the press the attack magic immunity into which, ah god, so scary. And they get a DD rune, so maybe they do decide to go back into the pit now. Sachlo decides to stay outside of it, although they could use him to put in some extra damage. They're like, with the DD, Nefrit shouldn't need additional help, and they're gonna get this for the storm. G also standing nearby just to get the solar crest out. And there we go. Roche is secured. Melio, DD Rune, and top. Lina's showing top. They might decide to jump her, and indeed they do. They're going on it now. Melio. They don't have any reveal for Spartan, but this is just a Glimmer Cape. Will they decide to chase thereafter? No, they do not. Very interesting that they thought she might try run north instead of onto the eastern part of the map. But it's all good. It's fine. Lina gets to live another day, gets to keep this lane pushed out. Now they know where some heroes are, so they're going to smoke up and immediately try on the other side of the map. They're like, cool, Lina's top, so let's find someone else. Sachlo needs some dual damage. Mama needs some feeding at the moment. Let's see. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Jumping. Bottom. Cameraman. 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 No. 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 Okay. Well, Brame find themselves losing out on the life of Skylark. Uncertain as to whether or not that was a dual kill. But the important thing was them removing Skylark off the map so they can start to push into this tier 1 tower bottom and or tier 2 tower middle. Right now they're prioritizing the tier 2. But they want to start taking these outposts. Look at this build. Nefrit bought Aether Lens. Alright. Alright. Okay. 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 So this is how good he regards the Spirit Lance as being. Look at that range on the Spirit Lance. Are you kidding me? Innovative build coming in from him, and considering the amount of work these illusions did in the previous fight without him having to commit his own life, watch him pick up some bloodstone or something next. Top lane, we see they find Lina yet again lacking the necessary vision to kill her. Wish, are they gonna try to spring a trap here? Nope, Wish just wants out. I feel like if they triggered out the Requiem, they could have killed Meloyol as well. They'll settle for the guaranteed kill onto the Scareth Mage rather. And Wish gets some revenge at the same time though. Both supports are dead on the map for Brame. So Extremum really feeling themselves. G. Almost as farmed as Skylark is on the side of Brame. And they're looking for focus. They don't have any disabled nearby. PL is there. Backed up by Sachlo, but unfortunately Sachlo is out of manas and just blinked forward, so no way to close the gap. Wish getting, ooh, nice zip, Wish, okay, okay, gets dueled, Meloyo, reading the situation perfectly and opening up for a nice duel kill. We finally see it happen. That's an unstoppable streak. Wish has been really holding it down for his team, making him still seem threatening in most of these engagements. Oh man, I think that might have been one of his first deaths, right? I don't think he's died yet in this game. Both him losing his life there opens up this tier 1 tower bottom. Nefrit's just been farming dire triangle, because why not? Who's gonna stop him? And now they maybe even looking for this tier 2. Look at Chu with a lot of ATOS finding solo kills onto opposing support. Stomine instantly getting brought down. And just feels like this entire map, Brame have difficulty getting out onto it and playing their style right now. Just feels so threatening from Extremum. Between Sachlo, the Storm Spirit, the Skywrath Mage, and limited resources. Skylark can only be in so many places at once, and unfortunately, because he's playing this utility hero like the Omni Knight, it's not even like him getting farm is a priority for them to be able to win the game. He needs to stay by focus, make sure that this Wraith King does not end up getting jumped, does not end up getting bursted. So the additional efficiency now that Extremum get on the map is not just having 4 heroes in effect. Actually make that 5. Definitely count the Skywrath Mage at this point. With all these heroes scaling so well, makes his job extremely difficult. To make matters worse, PL is getting to that point, that scary point, Spartan, how many times have we seen Spartan just getting caught but surviving a little bit longer because of the clever cape? But now Wish springing the trap. Will they get the burst? Oh no, they didn't decide to use it. Meloyo, the Aegis did actually just expire, so Wish, unfortunately, they're not able to find the damage, and they get the dual middle focus. Also going to end up giving his first life up. He's not safe on the second. The duel will stop Storminator from being able to save him. Let's see if they can keep focus alive. There will be the Heavenly Grace. Skylark did show up. And Sachlo in a bit of a dangerous position. He got disrupted in the middle of all the enemy heroes. He does get left behind by his team. Brame will take what they can get, bringing down the Sachlo Legion Commander. But more importantly, keeping focus alive. Focus. Focus. Okay, just got back the ultimate. Literally a second ago. Unnecessary risk to take. Might actually end up falling. Rod of Atos out onto him. Skylark. Purification, Heavenly Grace is there. All these illusions doing the most work. They're gonna go jump in. Disruption's gonna be there. Wish, can he find the Requiem out? Wrong Yules, baby. That's just an illusion. Feels pretty bad. Now Meloyo jumping back in directly onto Wish. There's going to be a Mystic Flare as well. The Heavenly Grace does keep him alive a while longer. There's the GA, but it doesn't stop the overload damage from coming through. So Meloyo able to get the follow-up kill. Now everybody's in trouble. They brought down Skylark. Focus in a whole host of trouble. Getting chased up the hill. Demonic Purge down the low ground. Not going to help it. Slowing them down. Brame are getting ran over right now. Yet again, the ultimate just comes back at a moment's notice. Now maybe they turn this fight. Now Heavenly Grace back out onto focus because they brought back on Skylark, but still Nefrit unafraid of taking this fight. Going back onto focus. Wraith King, you gotta run away, but you're not able to. The purifications, these heals, are they gonna be enough? Ultimately it is. Stormane also coming in, giving his own life to make sure that they cannot chase focus. They do bring him down at the duel, so it's more bonus damage for Sachlo. But crucially, the economic damage to Brame, they might never recover. Wish dies in that fight. Storminator dies. Skylark has to buy back. Focus finds himself not really able to contribute anything. And PL, Nefrit, is just a horror to behold in the midst of these team fights. Lance after lance after lance after lance after lance, and here we go. We're gonna take a look at this fight again. So they get the PL illusion killed. Meloyo jumps back in, get the initiation out onto Wish. GA does come out, but a little bit too late, and unfortunately not enough heals. And Skylark also finds himself being in trouble. And they just are being routed. Look, they can't do anything. They even get the Demonic Purge out onto an illusion. These PL illusions are just running over them completely. Brame having a rough time. The buybacks double. G survives the fight, which is also another huge negative against him. And G has BKB, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys noticed that. Oh no, there's a Plessy attack. Never mind, it wasn't BKB. Never mind. Stomina yet again jumps forward to disrupt an illusion, dies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And this fight just looks more and more impossible for Brame. This PL has not been addressed at all. And what's scary is this PL has had the freedom to go for an extremely innovative build. Look at this. I have never seen PL go Diffusal SNY into Aghanim's Shard Octarine Core, baby. Let's go. That's the build. That's what I want to see.
Top tower is under attack.
They were trying to jump onto this Lina. Oh, man, look at the damage from the PL just from throwing out the shard with the lance. My gosh. He's winning this fight. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Focus is in genuine danger. Oh my goodness. The one bright spot is that his mana pool isn't the biggest in the world, so you can't do that forever. Okay, I did not know Ame has been building this.
Dire's middle tower
Normally if I've seen Ame build like Octarine, it comes later in the game, but Octarine plus Shard. Oh, the God King. Alright. Damn, I've been derelict in my Chinese Dota duties. I'm being schooled, thank y'all. The shot is so good though on this PL. Makes the hero look so strong. They do pick up this Mjolnir now for the Wraith King to help them out. I mean, look, they're 10k gold behind right now, Brame, but they haven't actually lost any critical real estate. They still have all their tier 2 towers. They still have their outpost. They still have the high ground. Focus has only died once in this game. And he is still the net worth leader. He's going to stay that way for quite some time. If the rest of the team can somehow find more ways to be survivable, it is still possible for them in this game. And they, of course, cannot let this Aegis go unchallenged. As Focus... Woo! Woo! Wrong neighborhood, buddy. He's just glad he bought Aghanim Shot. Actually, he's just glad that they didn't change that build. If they had changed that particular build up, it would have been awful. Now they're jumping back onto him. First life in jeopardy. Yet again, no heroes committed just yet from the side of Extremum for this. But the sad thing is that because Skylark is playing Omni, he's not playing like some Underlord, some Tide or whatever, even Centaur. He's the only one that can do this. Now jump back in, they go on the Lina, Spartan will go down. Does Spartan have buyback? If he does, needs to use it. Focus. First life in danger. Yule Scepter out onto his Omni Knight, but they get the duel out onto this Wraith King. Wraith King not dead just yet, so Wish able to wind up the Requiem, let it go. They burst down this Legion Commander. GA does come out to protect Stormine. He keeps himself alive with the disruption. They've wasted so much time of Melio that he has to try and escape this fight. The port back LSA lands onto Nefrit. Spartan with the buyback plays, able to get the kill onto the PL at long last, and now G is in danger. Caught out with the Wraithfire Blast. They follow this up with the magic damage. Spartan, the buyback hero, able to secure this fight. Melio needs to escape now. Got a quick jump and a quick pick onto Stomine, but might find that his own life will go in the opposite direction. The very nice usage of the press the attack not going to be enough, unfortunately, as they still manage to secure the kill. Brame back in this as they bring down the Storm Spirit. And they're not done fighting. Are you freaking kidding me? They want to go for G now. No, does catch out onto Wish. The Mystic Flare didn't connect properly. The buyback from Melio goes back into this. Wish is gone. Wish is dead. They are still going for this Focus in the fight, but Melio with the buyback able to help them out and bring down Wish. Brame definitely don't want to go for the Roshan attempt now. LC came through out of nowhere. We've got to see this. This is bonkers. Long fight. Alright, so up on the high ground. First we see Stormine buying so much time by keeping himself alive. He's the only real viable target after they killed the LC. But that LSA from Spartan, perfect to bring down Nefrit. G ends up getting brought down as well because of these body blocks from Wish preventing him from escaping the fight. And then Melio goes for the quick pick onto Stormine. But that is what alerts Brame that, listen, this guy's out of mana. We can go for this kill. Sachlo tries his best here. Uses the press the attack to give him the magic immunity so that they can't use the Yules. A bit unfortunate there for Spartan that they overlap the Laguna Blade Yules, but it doesn't matter. But now here, Mr. Flare doesn't connect, but with the buyback, they zip back in, they get that kill. Does cost the life of G, but hashtag worth in that situation. But they need to get this Aegis. It has to go in the hands of Melio. How many times have we seen this situation? Focus versus Million Illusions, but now Melio jumps onto the high ground. Mystic Flare doesn't connect because of the disruption, saving the Skylark Omni Knight. They're trying to now jump onto the far side of Stomine, but Melio's used a lot of mana for this. So they're running out of resources. They will eventually find Stomine, and that will be a dieback, but they also catch Chu as he tried to TP out using the Yule Scepter and Wish there with the Blink Yules. They're able to interrupt this, and this will be a death onto Chu. He's going to try waste as much of their time as possible. This will take a while, but it is inevitable nonetheless as they do pick up that kill. Okay. A lot of excitement that we've seen in the last several minutes. Buyback now on Chu. Recognizing that they are still somehow, all of this was happening whilst Focus is still fighting Nefrit around the Roshan pit. Wow. Okay. What an engagement from Brame, keeping this game even still. Shadow Fiend has managed to find his network, tipping back above the PL. Nefrit, they want this Aegis. Give the Aegis to Meloyo, who doesn't have buyback anymore. Give the cheese. I guess you give the cheese to Sachlo. Sachlo's been having some struggles. Focus. Of course, losing out on all this mana. Critical fight here. Mystic Flare goes out. Focus. Give it the first life. Okay. Now it gets real. Now it gets real. Brame. Suddenly there's real risk attached to losing all this mana for focus. So what will they do? They cannot give up this Aegis. They cannot give up this cheese. But it looks like they will. Aegis, cheese, shot, gone. Now maybe the fight is still in the favor of Meloyo and the gang. But they decide that they've had enough of this. They're gonna try to go for some easy plays with the Rod of Atos, but they're just gonna spam out this Rod of Atos and the throws. But now here goes a deep jump from Meloyo, feeling more confident by having this Aegis. Spartan yet again with this Glimmer Cape. Alright, okay. G has seen enough. G buys a gem. He's like, I'm tired of this Glimmer Cape shit. This is awful. The Aegis is gone. Brame. Massive advantage given up. With the double life available for the Storm Spirit. The cheese. Presumably sitting on this PL. Focus on the gang. What are we gonna find here? We're gonna smoke on the side of Extremum. They're spread out on the map on the side of Brame right now. Not all sitting together, just still accruing their farm. You know that things are rough when Wraith King buys Butterfly, dude. Butterfly and Radiance on a Wraith King, that's awesome. Legit the coolest thing in the world.
Stupendous.
And now we're gonna find a quick pick middle, just getting G. That's a little, just a little bit of frustration.
I've been wanting this. Let the fun begin.
Focus. How big is this guy? Look at him. AC, Butterfly, Rads, Midas. Can still build Moonshot. Can still get Aghanims. The Ags in this game would actually be kind of hilarious. Because then even if they manage to get the jump out onto Wish, then he still has access to his spells for the fight. The same would be true of Skylark. Then you just dump everything out before you die. What does Wish have actually?
Is under attack.
They are having a few issues and some trouble still with enemy disable. Oh god, PL has Satanic. Alright, cool. Nice job. Satanic available. Big dual jump, but looks like it's only onto an illusion. Feels bad. Nice bait. Focus also buys a blink dagger for himself. He's gonna turn that into a swift blink later. So it's about maximum mobility, max evasion, maximum attack speed. Alright. It's gonna be hilarious when he gets his moonshot. Like the attack. Oh, LSA coming middle. They're gonna go for a jump. Look. Oh, snap. Can they get this play? Nefrit still gets off the doppelganger though. Manages to dodge it out, but they burn through these illusions, so they know where he's at. He cannot run away. Satanic stealing up from the creeps, but they still got the jump because the demonic purge is there. The save allows him to jump out, press the attack, enables the doppelganger at the same time. They do take away Meloyol's life and pop the Aegis. Meantime though, in the river, they still end up finding the life of the PL. Brame have done it. What a pick. As they also manage to melt away the Aegis. Spartan, that damn glimmer cape. Yo. That glimmer cape. Alright, yeah, it had to happen eventually. It had to happen. Where Brame would be like, okay guys, come on. The glimmer cape from Spartan. Previously, it's led to them being able to survive fights they have no business surviving. Now it leads to them initiating a fight they have no business winning. Bursting through the PL. Oh my goodness. Alright, so under those circumstances, because of the build that he went for with the Satanic, it's not like this heart build. If he had heart in that situation, maybe it's possible to survive. But with Satanic, after you've already popped the Satanic, that's it. You just have to try and flee the fight, but they managed to catch him and bring him down. Oof. What a play. Brame just in this game at not taking yes for an answer in terms of, are you gonna lose the game? Nah, no, we're losing, no. We're gonna find these picks that make no sense. Now suddenly everything is completely reset. SF is 25, CDR at the ready there. So spamming of spells is definitely a thing. And we also got to see the Aghanim's Requiem. It was the drag back that took away the last remaining illusions and made sure that they could isolate the PL. Lovely. And Wish also just picking up Chu for fun. And now focus, turning his attention towards the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Beating this down as much as he can. Extremum. G is just trying to buy time. Meloyo, look how much damage he's taking. Look how fast Focus hits. All these crits is coming out so quickly. Stomine also helping to find G in the top lane with the demonic purge. G is certainly gonna die here, right? Yeah. Double raises, more than enough damage. And in the meantime, Focus. What the hell? Look at this! Are you kidding me, dude? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's no buybacks on the PL or the Skywrath Mage? No way. He wants to go for a tier 4 tower. They have to stop this. They're gonna go in. Without the PL though, I highly unlikely that they get both lives, so they'll just be happy if they can zone him away for the first one. But Wish jumps in with the Requiem. Do they have enough for Sarchlo? There's gonna be a Glimmer Cape of their own. They do get him. Does have buyback though. Use it. Gotta use it. Jump in. Meloyo on the far side of the fight will draw a lot of attention towards himself. Still does have buyback as well. And the PL has respawned. The threatening hero is up. But suddenly Brame, from a game that was somewhat even a few minutes ago, it's now a 9k gold lead in their favor. And a lane of racks taken down to boot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Oof. Brame now. Significant lead for them. Extremum, what will they do? On the bright side for them, they still do have both lanes of tier 2 towers available, so it's very difficult for Brame to end the game right then and there, but they've opened up the opportunity. No, Spartan. Glimmer Cape, and he's got the gem that they stole away from Extremum. Spartan, yo, real talk, I'm not even memeing, right? I'm not even memeing. If they win this game, I'm going to give MVP to Spartan. I cannot believe how much work he's gotten out of this Glimmer Cape. Extremum. Things are looking very difficult, and unlike in game number 1, Chu doesn't even have the Aghanim Scepter, I don't think. If he had Ags, this is a bit of a different story, because under those circumstances, then what you can do then, you can say, okay, we don't engage the fight fully with the Mystic Flare as a source of damage, we just ensure that we're just spamming. But they are definitely running into damage issues now from Extremum. Whenever PL is dead, nobody dies on Brame. Brame somehow stalled this out, my goodness. Melior is gonna have to do so much work to help win this out. Has Aghanim Scepter pulling into a Bloodthorn. They don't have buyback for another 5 minutes on the LC, nor on the Enchantress in this game. Oh, Dominant. Hey, there we go. Some Ratcatcher awards laid out. Aeon Disco is there. They already got the kill onto Chu, however. Wish jumps in, wants to find the Requiem. They don't get the damage onto Melior because of the BKB. However, the Laguna Blade pierces the BKB from the Legion Commander, and they will be able to get that kill. Buyback needed by Chu, as well as by Solmane, but they will have the permanent 4v5 here. Brame know that the Legion Commander does not have buyback, but the priority for now is the Roche. The big man's online. What's he got with him? An Aghanim Scepter. Okay. Who are we giving it to? SF already has one. Can give it to Focus maybe. I think Lina is a really good target, but she already has hers as well, right? We saw the BKB piercing Laguna there, so let's see. We give it to the Wraith King, right? Wish also now building into this Hex. And look how long it took them to just kill that Stomene Shadow Fiend, Shadow Demon. He's been playing so well as well, actually. It's one of these two supports that have been really impressing me. That Aeon does purchase means that he can just delay ever longer. Nice blue hole middle. Just delaying though. They're trying to spam out the field with as many illusions as possible, but with the Mjolnir shield, the evasion from the butterfly, they're gonna get the big job though. They're looking to bring down the first life. Nobody's died just yet. GA does come out. PL running away, does end up falling. Not just yet. They're gonna be a buyback coming in from Storm Spirit, but they do not care because Brame just go for the jugular and they secure. GG, well played as call. They bring down the Ancient and secure themselves game number 2, which means we're going to a decider. Yes. Okay, I can live with that. I can live with that. I can definitely live with that. I can definitely live with that. Ooh, that was some fun, Dota. Brame managed to stall this game out and prevent Extremum from utilizing this fast aggression. You know that period of the game where they slowed everything down? Extremum couldn't break out of that tempo and they got sucked into it. So we didn't get to see Sachlo and Chu jumping around the map, making mincemeat of Focus over and over again. Melior, yeah, was able to make some pretty decent jumps. However, at the end of the day, what it really came down to, the one big fight that I think turned it all, that fight middle, where they not only get the PL's life, but take away the Aegis, which they just picked up. Like mere seconds before that is when they got that Aegis of the Immortal. And them losing out on that Aegis, I think really changed everything. It turns the game into one that is seemingly winnable, into one that you can't really do much about, right? Because after that, when the game gets into that particular state of affairs, where you've just lost out on the big thing, the big objective you were fighting over for so long, Then suddenly Brave knows that, okay, they're not going to try fight us for another while since Meloyul's buyback is still on cooldown. So they have to play passively, gives us time. And if we get time, we're going to get to a point where we're not dying anymore to these salvo spells. And we instead are the ones that are killing you. So we get game number 3. Congratulations to the side of Brame. And they've done it. And we're going to go to the decider. So whilst we're busy getting ready for that, go take a walk, sip some water. Make sure that you're following the stream. Make sure that you're supporting by either donating through PayPal, becoming a supporter through patreon.com, or by subscribing here through Twitch. Get access to these emotes so you can spam in chat and show your appreciation for the players and for the stream. And with that, we'll be right back with the decider. Game 3 coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone.
Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, back to some Dota 2 action. We're here for the third and final game. Extremum taking on Brame here in the second round of the Pinnacle Cup group stages. It's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a blast. Both of them, they're gonna be suffering their first loss. No matter what, no matter what. It's gonna be an interesting way to play out Dota 2 because teams generally show their mettle the most when the pressure's on. So let's see what they've got to bring to bear. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Extremum versus Brame. Game number 1 went the way of Extremum. Game 2 was yeah. Oof. Game 2 was a fun one to watch. Game 2 was fun to watch. Definitely thought, I'll be honest, that we were going to be staring down at a 2-0, but it turns out not to be the case, and they pull through on the side of Brame to force a decider. Here we are, game number 3, and they're leading things off for themselves with a fairly decent draft. So far we see them do, you know how you know teams will stop playing around, right? They're like, yep, we are in a situation where it's all come down to the wire. When you go for in the first round, you're like, wish, pick your puck, dude. Come on, dog, do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Bring your puck. Let's do it. They're also like, yo, they're like, Stomina, dude, just play Rubik, fam. Just do the right thing. The thing I love about this is that it enables them to always be taking fights they want to be taking. Lots of magic damage early on. Extremum will also go for some comfort picks of their own, making sure to get the Such Low Centaur. Definitely one of the heroes I've seen him play the most over the years. That's also followed up right now with this Void Spirit. So Void Spirit familial looked very good in the series so far, so definitely expecting him to perform once more. And I like this Bloodseeker pick from the side of Brame. We've seen Bloodseeker very often picked into the Centaur lineups. A very good hero against the Stampede, and you also have this hero that can be quite good against the Void Spirit too. So regardless of how often you see this hero putting itself into these situations where it normally can go zip in and out, do lots of cool stuff. However, when you're playing up against a young Bloodseeker, it becomes a bit of more of a difficult prospect to make that happen reliably. You're ruptured, suddenly your contribution to the team fight is drastically muted. Brame. They've given Extremum a lot to think about right now because they're not deciding to make use of anything less than all their reserve time, it seems. Already dipping quite deep into it here for this third pick. We've seen teams start to do this more and more often though. Get the Triad Protector. Is it going to be Tree Phoenix? Could be. If they got Tree Phoenix, there's nothing to deal with this. Brame have to think very carefully now. Do they get the Juggernaut right now, just in case it gets banned out, or do you take the risk of potentially playing into Tree Phoenix? And then you are, yo, the advantage the other team has then in terms of team fight becomes insane. I also like the respect ban on the Skywrath Mage. Brame decide, nope, we will not have Skywrath Mage in this game, thank you very much. They also respect banned the Axe. They're like, thanks guys, thanks for showing us how well you play. Good times, you're not playing those heroes again. Wraith King was also removed, so several of the heroes we've already seen in the series be successful. 3 of them from the first game. Generally when you see a team do this as a sign of intent that they feel they're stronger and better than the other team and that it's just a certain coterie of heroes that they don't like to play against. What will they go for? They get the Dank Willow for themselves, okay. So Rupture with Terrorize is one of the funniest spells. So it's either you get Rupture Terrorized, you get caught with like Bramble Maze, which leads into Blood Rite, Curse Crown into Blood Rite. There's a lot of combinations between Bloodseeker, Dark Willow. Also one of these heroes that can be very annoying for Centaur teams to play into. You try to stampede into an area, you all get terrorized back home, or there's just bramble maze that interrupt you being able to run in that area. Extremum.
Dire team
What will they do here? Get the Medusa. Medusa head on me like I'm Illuminati. Like this Dusa pick.
team ban.
Best carry in the game. Enough said. And you also wanted a hero that you could pick that could stand there. If she gets hit with a rupture, cool, I'm gonna stand here. If I get dream coiled, cool, I'm gonna stand here. Unfortunately, terrorize obviously means that both of those spells are a lot more dangerous. However, provided they can prevent her from getting terrorized,
5 seconds.
difficult feat indeed, but can be done. Then she can just stand there, dish out the damage. Nobody on Brame is going to be feeling confident enough to come into the Medusa's face. You also have the Treant Protector to back her up, so there's that additional layer of protection for her.
Dire team ban.
But we'll look what Brame do. Yo, Brame know what's up. They take out the Shadow Demon. They're like, yep, that's the 4 position that they definitely want. So we should take it out. Maybe even ban. So take out the saves. So no Shadow Demon. I think a Baton probably won't get picture. Might be like an Oracle or something. Maybe even Dazzle. But neither of those heroes is very happy to play 4 all the time. I don't know, we'll see. Like 3-4 also can work out. We've seen Kaka play this a lot from IG.
Dire team pick.
They ban Phoenix. They don't want to take the risk. They're like, ultimately the scariest thing in the world is still going to be Phoenix Tree. It's terrifying, honestly. So I completely understand. So Extremum, yeah, just get Oracle. Oracle Medusa, man. Or a Baton Medusa.
10 seconds remaining.
Or Oracle Medusa. Oracle Medusa is just so good.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Maybe Grimstroke Medusa. Or more like Grimstroke Centaur. You now have the Inkswell target. Well, 2 of them, Void Spirit and Centaur. Soulbind gives you in this game the double snake, which is hilarious. An obscene amount of damage too. Oh snap. Oh snap. Oh snap. Okay. Got the Wish Tinker coming out as the last overall pick here from the side of Brame. Signature. Wow. I am okay. So this makes it Skylark Puck. They had us all in the draft. Brame made us think that they'd already secured the hero for Wish. And given how excellent his Puck is, you know a lot of other teams can pick a hero and you're like, it might be flex. But sometimes there's just one player who's so good on it that you're like, yeah, let that guy play it. This time around though, they go in Wish on this Puck. All right, I'm ready. Give me more of this. Plug it into my veins. The question is though, is it a good Wish Puck Tinker game? I think the Tinker itself is fairly safe, right? It's only really afraid of the Centaur in this game. I mean, it can also get caught out by Void Spirit, but it's a very mobile hero. I don't know. I am going to say... What am I going to say? I'm honestly not sure that Wish Tinker can do it this game. There's a lot that he actually has to do because Skylark is not going to suddenly have the best lane in the world. Like the Puck will do fine in that lane. Against the... Wait, where do they lane this Dusa? The Dusa go safe lane, right? The Puck can definitely do fine in that situation, but Dusa is going to get everything she needs in this game. But they can also hold the high ground basically forever. This is a tough one. It's actually a tough one. This is a tough draft. It's a tough draft. Let's go. 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 The thing is, I don't even know like Tinker well enough as a hero. I don't understand it well enough to be able to fully and conclusively say when it's a good Tinker game. And they're playing this Tinker with this Bloodseeker in the safe lane. So Bloodseeker can buy a lot of space around the map. He can like chase down some of these targets. I don't know. 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 But I have learned not to bet against Wish Tinker. I have learned. That's all I'm gonna say. I've just learned. As much as I love this Medusa, as much as I think they've got the Centaur, Grimstroke, you know, decent chasing duo, Void Spirit can play a good game as well. I have just learned to be wary of the Wish Tinker, so I'm going to put my faith in it. The horn will sound, predictions will close, and the Dota 2 will be underway. Brame on Radiant side, can they do it with a fairly unorthodox draft here?
I won't lie.
Having made the decision to go in for the Tinker at the very end, shifting the puck into the off lane. A decision which will remain to be seen if it will pay off in the way that they desire it to. But for now, they are largely just happy. Just having gotten the lane they want, like the start that they somewhat wanted. Wish, I don't think will be too threatened in this lane. And plus, if we look at these two supports on the side of Extremum, we're not really expecting them to rotate in and help get kills early on in the game. That only really starts to happen later. So, does mean that they have several opportunities here on the side of Brame to make sure that they get all the farm that they need. And top, we actually see a quick pick and a quick kill. They managed to get the grab there onto the Treant Protector. It doesn't end up being a first blood. It does seem like the creeps were the ones that claimed it ultimately. But still, putting themselves in a very good position. Getting themselves this kill. Allows them to start planning for how the game pans out later on. Very slow. Not slow. Slow is the wrong word. More like just a tentative start from both sides. Nobody wants to be suffering their first loss here today. So it does somewhat matter that both teams put their best foot forward and play patiently. Patience is going to definitely be the name of the game on this one. Playing with haste is going to be a surefire way to find yourself losing out. Extremum though, as much as Brame are happy with the start that they've been able to achieve so far, Extremum, as long as no one's dying, they're like, sure mate, this time we 100% have made sure that we can play late. Got the Medusa. It's going to be quite annoying in the mid game though, dealing with the laser from the Tinker, so we'll definitely want to see Wish getting this Aghanim Scepter sooner rather than later. Because if he's got Ags, then he can just find himself sitting on the far ground of the fight and just waiting. Just throwing in the laser after laser. No, without putting himself in danger, but drastically reducing the damage output from the Medusa.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Spartan takes a Loses his courier, might end up losing his life as well. Inkswell will be there. Chew with the Inkswell stun. They do find it, but not yet enough damage to kill Spartan. Does eventually take a tumble. At the same time, Storminate kills G. And Focus trying to run down Sachlo. And Sachlo, no way to defend himself. He will end up going down. And Skylark, oof, almost died here in the top lane. But did manage to phase shift through the damage of the snake, but unfortunately, because there's no phase shift available again, will not protect him from the Leech Seed and the Nature's Grasp combination. In Extremum, able to put themselves on the map, bringing down Skylark. He's been farming quite well there in the top lane. Wish, okay. Wanting to prove me wrong about my contention that they're not going to try to go for this kill before level 6 as they show up with this Inkswell. They catch him out being very far forward. And they do take advantage of this. Storminator rotated middle, but sadly lacks the mana to throw in the level 2 fade balls. Would have been enough to kill Chu. And ultimately it fails. Feels pretty bad that that happens. What can you do? You just have to contend with the situation as it is. Focus just wants to keep his farm out here in the bottom lane. Make sure that he's in a position where he can help create the space necessary for Wish to exploit on his Tinker. Skylark is the one that's been getting a lot of CS. A lot of this comes from the jungle, however. So we'll see when we get to the network charts exactly how much of it has translated into a situation where he feels like it's helping him win the game. But nonetheless, he is still feeling very good. In a better position overall. With the CS at the very least in the center. And might find the kill onto G now. The Illusion Orb doesn't connect. And Mystic Snake flying back buys the necessary time. And they will not be able to close him down. Wish. 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 Oh my god. Inkswell on Meloyo catches both Wish as well as the Dank Willow of... Oh my goodness. What just happened? What just happened? Wish cannot be a dime right now. Like at all. They just cannot be losing Wish at this point in the game. But unfortunately he dies. 2 kills. Skylark also loses his life top. And Extremum, they find themselves exploiting an unorthodox situation. Because they know that Skylark had died with Spartan, they know that there's nobody that's available on the map to come rotate and actually save their life. And mid, oh god, they go for the kill again. Inkswell, Astral step forward. Extremum, they get the reach onto this Tinker. So this Void Spirit, it's one thing when you're out onto the map and the map is this huge open field and you have only a few seconds notice before you know where a Tinker might be at any given time. But when you know he's going to be around the mid lane, they can set up to kill him and they succeed in doing so. Although now Inkswell stuns up 2 again. Meloyo, the double damage rune, unfortunately with low HP, doesn't want to stay around and try his luck. Will take the advantage he's gained and go home with it. Pick up a bounty rune to just reset. Continue farming his side of the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Diffusal on the Bloodseeker as a way for him to try to deal with the mana shield. Not the craziest thing in the world, but it's unlikely. You'd want an attack speed item first. And Bloodseeker, yeah, not necessarily known for always being the tankiest boy to run into the Medusa's face to try to dish out that damage. Right now, Brame, all they want to do is get Wish into a better position. So he's here, spamming out these marches, farming these ancients, looking for these early BTs, which is a critical item for a Tinker. Satchler running forward at the Stampede. They get the stun out onto Focus as well. They have enough chain to be able to actually kill him. He ruptures off to try and escape, but here comes Meloyor to finish this off. At the same time, Spartan trying to TP to safety, not going to be able to do so. And the Aether Remnant prevents him from throwing in the last right click. He realized that he was dead, so he wanted to at least take the Grimstroke with him into the grave.
Radiant's bottom tower
Regrettably, however, immediately afterwards, they get off the stun, slow him up, prevent him from getting out the damage, and they kill him. Beautifully done there. Extremum looking so strong on the map right now. We see quick jump onto this Medusa in the top lane. They snap the coil with the lift, but this is a difficult proposition to say the very least. Skylock gonna take quite a bit of damage, does have the Illusion Orb, so will be able to escape away. They don't have the Rupture backup just yet for Focus, so they will not have the ability to throw in
Radiant's bottom tower
at least one final spell. Stomina taking some damage. Here comes Meloyor jumping in with the Ink Swell. They get both. Beautiful Resonant Pulse Ink Swell combination. Man, that was crazy.
Radiant structure
I didn't actually watch IG versus RNG, so I cannot tell you what happened.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Shame they really tried to kill Medusa, but definitely a situation where they've bitten off way more than they can chew there. Wish though did not die, so that's all they care about. Is Wish alive? Yes, then we're Gucci. Gonna be the win condition all by his lonesome. They're gonna try jump again, middle Skylock in trouble. Inkswell will trigger right after the Aether Remnant, so they should have the damage for this. There we go with the Dissimulate. Enough to get the kill. Wish does show up, but doesn't have the damage just yet to really threaten these heroes on the side of Extremum. And Focus is going to go for the Maelstrom and then turn this into a Gleipnir probably. Most likely scenario here. The roots will obviously be very useful against the Stampede team. We saw this used to great effect yesterday by Halberd Smashers. Like Rasmus had a pretty rough game, but the one thing he was able to produce was that every time he ruptured during the Stampede, it made a big difference. They lost that particular game, but they won the series in the Pinnacle Cup. So the proof of concept has already been seen in this very tournament. Spartan and Skylock. They're building straight into the Witchblade for Skylock. It's actually interesting now, because for a while these mid pucks were just rushing Witchblade. We'll talk about it in a second, as they're gonna get the Curse Crown stun off. Not gonna land just yet. Big jump from Meloyor. They're able to bring down Spartan, still alive on these heroes. Dreamcoil connected onto two, but Nefrit shows up, uses the Stone Gaze. Bloodright almost hit Meloyor, but he is able to use the Dissimulate out. He's still ruptured, so taking a lot of damage. Wish eventually able to bring him down. And they still have these much of the machines going. Everyone's going very low on HP. Storminator will end up dying. Focus looking to try and bring down Chu, and Chu will fall here. Skylock threw an Illusion Orb through, and they get the silence off with the Waning Rift, and now Focus starting to really come online here. They stampede to try and escape. Focus still chasing these heroes down, will be able to get a double kill. Nefrit completely isolated from the rest of his team. Curse Crown will be there to stun him up, and he's gonna lose his life. Triple kill for Focus. This Bloodseeker truly living up to his name there. 4 heroes die. They take an extremely extended fight from Extremum, and Brame just keep them there for so long. Look at this. So first they lose the Danquiller, right? Spartan goes down quickly, but they have this Dreamcoil down. Wish is just throwing out March after March. On the high ground, Focus is just throwing out Bloodright after Bloodright whenever he can. They already have the Rupture down. Once Meloyor dies, I feel like this fight's gonna just become so difficult. And look at these marches. Still going. Unabated completely. Only now do they stop. But by now it's just too late. Focus able to just clean up house. But the big grab here. First they take out G, which is fine. They can live with this. But unfortunately, Nefrit completely isolated. He dies. And they no longer have access to the Stampede anymore to try and get him out to safety. Oof. Truly rough engagement there for the side of Extremum. The big thing though is that it brought so much map control for Wish. He picked up his BTs like maybe 2 minutes ago, now has the Blink Dagger. Can start making this life extremely claustrophobic for the rest of Extremum. And this Medusa, high net worth though she may be, still needs some time before she starts to feel like Medusa, before we get to Versace level. Top lane. Oh, they find Focus. That's a huge pickup. Shades of game number 1 there, where they find him farming on the map and manage to bring him down. This often seems to happen on the side of Brame, where they leave Focus to be the one to have to take the dangerous farm on the map. Oh, the thing we were going to talk about earlier was Skylark, right? So he's building into his Witchblade. When the patch first dropped that introduced Witchblade as an item, we saw these pucks when they played mid would rush the Witchblade pretty much every single game. But then now that's pieced it off and we've gone back sort of into this regular dynamic of double null tally power trades, Blink Dagger into Blink Dagger / Yules, and then maybe later you get Witchblade. So it's interesting to see that they get this offlane puck building similar to how pucks used to build a mere few months ago.
Dire's bottom tower.
Brame. Still more farm going the way of Extremum. 4k gold lead they've actually managed to extend it to. I think in large part because they're farming with like 3 of their cores. Skylark isn't really farming all that well. Wish got caught out top. Can they get this kill? Yes, they can. Got him. Skylark tried to find the retaliatory Dream Coil. Only lashes out onto 1 though. Will they find that kill? There's going to be a Soulbind. Only onto Storminator. G is still alive. He's not dead just yet. And he enables his team to extend this fight. And now look at this. Skylark still unable to kill G. In fact, he ends up getting brought down by Focus and the gang. They bring down the puck. Focus trying to turn this fight around by bringing down Shu. Will be able to melt him, making it a 2 for 3. And now suddenly, Focus is the most dangerous hero in the fight. He has another Blood Right to lay out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Spartan doesn't have Terrorize, so cannot prevent them from hoof stomping Focus if needed. Started out with just a standard pick off onto Wish. Brame get involved. They almost get a kill onto G, but G ends up baiting them for so long that they keep the puck out of the hands of getting a kill. Kill him instead. Wish just gets popped immediately. Nice little Dream Coil here. And they try to kill G. Look how long G survives for, just not dying. In the meantime, they kill Storminator quite easily. And now the hoof stomp directly out onto the puck. And they just kill him. Quite easy. At the very least, Focus was able to bring down Meloyol, did commit the rupture and then a lot of his own damage for that. Still though, very necessary to get something back for your team after having given up the Tinker. Every time Tinker dies, it feels like a major loss. I think like Tinker games have a limited amount of times that hero can die that you're comfortable with. Beyond that, just feels pretty freaking painful. Tier 1 tower getting taken down right now. Well, they want to. First they want to try suss out one of these heroes from behind it. However, with the constant spam of the March of the Machines, it's quite difficult for Extremum as themselves to stay here. But G just keeps healing this up. And unfortunately their push potential is this. This is how they push. Trying to siege the wave with March of the Machine spam, but if G is alive, can just keep this alive. Okay. Skylark now does have his Witchblade. The additional damage to help him out in these fights. Just saw a demonstration of why he's like, yep, I want the item. And this was still with the double power treads. Damage really is an issue right now for them. Skylark, can you get the courier kill? Yeah, I can. Nice.
Courier has been
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Rubik ends up stealing away the Aether Remnant there from Melior. This could be quite useful for setting up a future fight, especially because Rubik comes with his own inbuilt Yule Scepter. So anytime you steal that particular spell, you feel so good about yourself. And they're all putting mid. They want to try to take a fight here, it seems. Okay, who are the targets? Big blink onto Spartan. Spartan yet again might be baiting a positive fight for Brame. And now they've already been able to bring down... Oh, nobody just yet. They got the Rupture out onto Melior. Sachlo does eventually die, getting spammed down with all the spells. They almost lose Skylark here. Soulbind onto Focus. Focus in trouble. Not gonna die just yet. Kept alive. Soulbound up to Wish now. But will not end up losing his life. Skylark, not so lucky as he dies to Melior. 2-for-1 pick there. And Extremum. Get out alive with Wish and with Focus, but... a bit disconcerting how long it's taking them to kill these targets who are on slivers of HP. But it still takes them ages to be able to melt them down. Take them ages to do anything, to bring down heroes, take down towers. Oh my god, can they actually kill G? Alright, with G dead they can maybe push a tower, but Sachlo wants to take a fight because he realizes this is the case. Everybody's porting top from Extremum. They do not want to sacrifice this. Let Brame have nothing on the map. Will they fight this though? Focus is running low on mana. Not in the most healthy position. They're gonna jump on him and burst him very quickly. Terrorize does come out with the Bramble Maze as well as the usage of the Bedlam to bring down the Centaur. But you did lose focus for this. Hashtag not worth. And ultimately you attain nothing because this tier 1 tower top is gonna be healed up by this Treant respawning in about 8 seconds. Shades of TI7 game number 1. Seb on the Treant Protector, preventing any and all damage from being permanent on these structures, keeping tier 1s alive well past their sell by date. On the bright side, Rubik does end up stealing the living armor. So at least for the next couple of minutes can put forth this kind of protection into his own team as well. Man, Tree is so annoying to play into. They're gonna smoke now on the side of Brame. Skylark doesn't have Blink Dagger just yet, but they have a majority of the team in the area. Dream Quail on it too. Perfect! 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 Wish as well here with the Aghanim Scepter, able to burst them down with the salvo of spells. The artillery is unleashed and they get the kill. Will they finally get the tier 1 tower though? I'm not sure. G is in these trees. Not scanned out just yet. Oh, the scan caught him. They know he's here. They know he's here. Bramble Maze. Do they see him? And he's just gonna keep doing this. So annoying. And because he has overgrowth, it's actually quite a commitment to stay here the entire time. They have to commit everything. If they get this tower before the Void Spirit respawns, they'll feel very good about themselves. The Glyph for fortification pop G. They finally catch the vision of him. They see him. He's trying to buy time with his own body. And he might have succeeded. They're trying to focus on the tower and Focus does get it. At the same time though, the fight is still coming. Here they come. Overgrowth catches onto the Skylark. Focus. It's him that they really want to try to bring down. At the same time, Chu gonna draw attention from Spartan, who's trying to make sure that none of them can approach the rest of his team. And Focus does still die on the backside of things. Okay, who killed Focus? Melior. Alright.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Awesome. G, low. That was funny. Wish is just throwing out spells as much as he can. I kind of feel like at this point, somebody in chat was mentioning earlier that, oh, that thought. We see now, jump onto Rubik. Rubik is just gone. Rubik is just gone. Shoot. Gonna be a lot of spam of spells though. Magic immunity not gonna be available for Centaur because he does not have a BKB, so we'll just find himself dying. Okay. SNK now picked up for the Tinker. No Aghanim shot in his inventory or in his future just yet, but he might consider it given the way that this game is trending at the moment. Spartan. Has access to the Solar Crest. Some extra boost for the focus, Bloodseeker.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But they need more. They need more. Tinker, somebody was mentioning in chat that Tinker should buy the Aghanim shot to help out the Bloodseeker. Yeah, definitely should. They need to allow Focus to jump in onto the backside of the fight. He's the only real source of damage. Wish can only really throw in his spells from afar because if he gets spotted, he will die so quickly. So that defense matrix would definitely make the difference. Pause now. As Extremum. Gonna be, yeah, unhappy, let's just put it that way, with the state of affairs in this game right now. One of the major problems that they're gonna find themselves having is that still, though you are feeling very strong in these fights, you're still not able to take them and find yourself in a position where you're pushing onto real objectives on the map. Still far away from this Medusa being the be-all end-all, although she is creeping up on that point. And Focus with repeated deaths, slowly but surely getting away from the point where he's really useful. Middle. Quick jump from Meloyo directly onto this Rubik, although it gets ruptured for his efforts, so might be in a little bit of trouble. Can't really move away from this fight. There's going to be a stampede just to get him up onto the high ground. Makes it difficult to chase, but Wish says, what? You're going where? I'm chasing you, buddy. But at the same time, they find the silence out onto him. There's going to be the stun from Sarchlo. Can they bring down Sarchlo before he attacks and kills Wish? Yes, they can. It's going to be two heroes that fall here. Focus with a double kill. Alright, I like what I'm seeing here. Middle lane though. Jump, Tinker, in trouble. Ooh, bursted down, Meloyo. Way too much damage coming through, but unfortunately the Bedlam with the damage is not enough to kill Meloyo. Bottles through it, does manage to stay alive. And in this firefight, they got the big prizes that they really wanted here. Brame, without Wish, without Skylock, can do nothing. Focus will do what he can. Stick around in the middle of this fight. But with also the usage of the Stone Gaze coming out of the Medusa, dissuades anybody else from wanting to chase further. The escape.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Brame and Extremum. Game number 3, Extremum. Massive 8k gold lead. And even though so many heroes fell quite low in the previous engagement, we're still seeing this lack of killing and lethal damage coming in from Brame. And now they get jumped on. Inkswell onto 2. Skylock and Focus. Skylock already gone. Focus now silenced up. He did manage to get off the Rupture at the very least. So that stalls up one hero. It's just Meloyo who again is eating this Rupture, but happy to tank one for the team. If it means Sarchlo and Nefrit can move forward make sure they win the rest of the fight. Back into the Roshan pit they go. And Extremum
Dire's
take the Rosh.
under attack.
Aegis for Melior. And G might die here. Tanking damage from a Bedlam, some big zaps from Wish. Wish does have the Aghanim shard right now, so he has the defense matrix active. Let's see, I wonder what Wish is going to be building into next year. Spartan is going to go on a small de-warding mission. Wish wants to get the Shiva's God next. He's sitting with the Philosopher's Stone in his inventory because he recognizes his role in this game is to get everything and somehow carry them to victory.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And focus is falling further and further behind. It's a bit disconcerting that it's the Centaur catching up to Bloodseeker rather than Bloodseeker creating space between himself and said Centaur.
Dire's top tower.
Here they are pushing for the tier 2 top. Will they get this? Will they get this? Nice jump coming in. Melior. Ooh. Quick burst there with Choose, Inkswell. Must be nice being able to get an assist from the other side of the map, but it happens. Savasulu Dota is indeed a funny game. I think the reason why this game is looking like this for the side of Brame is also in large measure because look how squishy their lineup is, right? The only person who actually goes forward in the fight who doesn't die instantly is Focus, but that's also in large measure because of the spells he drops down and the potential for him to get all his life back from a target kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
But they just have so much difficulty staying in the fight versus Extremum, whereas Extremum is perfectly content to take long drawn out engagements. Worse yet, you would think that a draft with Tinker Bloodseeker would be happier with longer fights, but Extremum, too much damage on this Medusa, a little bit too much beef in the off lane and in the tree. And even with Wish Tinker, find themselves in a really rough position in this game. And the thing is as well, Skylark, with Puck in the off lane, I think you don't even get like the amount of farm that you might need in case you wanted to convert this into like a Dagon build or something. Hell, even if you wanted to go like Maelstrom, it's not gonna get that money on the map. And ooh, jump. They're not gonna find Puck. Oh, they found Puck. Aether Remnant there onto Puck. They're gonna overgrowth. Not gonna be able to catch it because of a nice Waiting Rift silence onto the tree and Protector. Stampede utilized. Can they actually kill Skylark? He's evading damage for so long inside the phase shift. He doesn't have blink just yet. Soulbind will be there onto both him and Wish. They caught Wish now. The Soulbind is onto him and Focus. Wish is gone. So is Skylark. Focus immediately isolated from the rest of the squad. And they end up killing him. Rubik is able to steal split shot. Great times. There's a professional Medusa player. Knows to toggle it just in case the Rubik is nearby to try and steal away the Stone Gaze. They also get the grab back onto Spartan, and they destroy that fight. Look at the Skylark. This is the most unfortunate part. Look at the Soulbind. Look at the Soulbind. Soulbind hits him and then immediately onto Wish and then immediately onto Focus. You could not ask for a worse scenario to take place. And this Medusa, Satanic, Daedalus, MKB, Grove Bow, Chrysalis, with a Penta Edge Sword in her backpack, and a Daedalus arriving from the courier, is able to just eviscerate them on the side of Brame.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the portion of the game where this Tinker Bloodseeker draft is going to be good against Medusa has, even if it wasn't a 19k gold lead, it would now be passing.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
We're now at the point where Tinker has to seriously consider buying BKB. Especially because Meloyol just got the Aghanim Scepter. So the huge silence potential coming out of him just makes life so difficult for them to deal with. Now the question starts to ask for Brame is, how long can Wish hold out this game for? We see nice grab bottom. Moved a bit far out. Ooh, Terrorize doesn't even connect because they have enough damage thanks to the Nature's Grasp. They kill Spartan. If he got the Terrorize off, maybe they'd go for a forward play. Otherwise, just a bad idea. Now Extremum just want to wait for the next Roche. Get themselves an Aegis. And they've already laid out these Ratcatcher wards out in the top and bottom lane. Knowing full well that you're playing against a Tinker, so those wards will definitely come in handy. Brame. Get the Dream Coil out onto G down bottom. Do they have vision of this Treant Protector? They do now. Overgrowth is there, but Meloyol is also here. Stomina immediately eviscerated, and Nefret coming in at the Stone Gaze. And Skylark didn't taunt away! Skylark! Oh god. Skylark dies. He didn't press the jaunt. Doesn't manage to get himself away. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. And Extremum looking more and more like they are gonna find themselves coming out with a dub here. $23k gold lead for them. Experience probably about what, 15k at this point at least. Given that this Medusa should be like level 27 by now. He's almost 27. Needs just like 2 more creeps. A few more creeps. Just a few. 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 One more camp will do it. Just absolutely massive all across the map. And the way that it's trending right now, don't really see this turning out any better for Brame. But the ideal is still here. Wish must just hold the game. Let's see if he can escape this gank on his life. And he can. Can he TP out? He's good. He's good. He's good. Dude, Medusa just bought a Swift Blink. That's how you know that there's a hero that's super farmed on the map. They're gonna smoke us 4 to go kill G. And they know that there should be a Treant Protector somewhere around here. Their own sentries. They're gonna try deal with this. God, G's still in the trees. Smoke does pop, so they have to know that somebody is here. But G's wasting all of their time as the rest of his team is inside the Roshan pit, taking down the Aegis. Aegis, cheese. Is it a shot or a stick? What are we getting from the big man this time around? We are getting a... look like a stick, I think. Meloyo, beyond godlike, able to just quickly pick off Spartan. And Focus still wanting to go for BKB. Look at his items. Manta Style, Maelstrom, Halberd into BKB. Where is the damage? Where is the damage? Where is the damage? Where is the deeps? Where is the deeps? It's definitely not here. Not in this game. Snatchlo also going to be building into an Aghanim Scepter to get even more damage reduction for his team. and Brame. The window has shut. Medusa is now beyond online. She is now actually unkillable. Like actually straight up unkillable. They pick up a ninja gear on her, but she also had the Penta Ace sword from earlier. Not sure which one you actually want more in this situation. Top lane, Wish. Oh god, Shu and Metal, you'll find Wish once more. And they picked the Tinker into this Void Spirit. So Wish was confident enough, he said, I can play into this, y'all. We were talking about in the draft that they have Centaur with Stampede, they have Ink Sword on some of these heroes, they have Void Spirit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It was all riding on this Wish Tinker. And unfortunately, it looks like the bet was too long.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Skylark, I don't think this experiment worked out either. Also don't know why the cameraman were just following Skylark around when there's a lane of Rax being taken in the top lane. Tier 3 tower or 4. Nefrit, literally no threat. As long as Wish isn't alive, there is literally nothing that can stop this. What can they do? He'll eat all the blood rats in the world. Spartan actually about to die. There comes the Rupture. Wish does buy back. Don't get as much damage out into Melayud as possible, and they should be able to kill the Void Spirit, but it's only the first life. Nefrit, in the meantime, was able to secure the lane of Rax, so now is available to start a fight. Dreamcoil doesn't connect onto the necessary target. Skylark blew it. Unfortunately, they were not able to find that. And Extremum will decide to play safe and just back themselves away a little bit. You could go in for the straight up dub right now, but they're like, you're already winning the game. You're winning the game. You're winning the game. Maybe let's not put ourselves into a bad situation or bad position just because we get over eager about our prospects here. So we still play calmly and patiently. Pick up now an Aghanim Scepter on the Medusa. Sachlo is a quote-unquote target, but if they don't have Hex on Wish, they cannot kill Sachlo. They also managed to kill Skylark. Melayo, Stone Gaze coming in from Nefrit. They froze out Focus, but he's just here to save Sachlo's life. He's not trying to get aggressive. Killing heroes at this stage of the game is beneath him now. It's like, heroes, meh. I'm just here for building, Sam. Now with the Aghanim Scepter, the Stone Gaze is even more dangerous. Extremum, can they defend this tier 3 tower in the mid lane? Necessary, because if they don't defend this, Rax will probably fall afterwards. Fight now starting. Chew inside the base, him and Melayola are able to burst down immediately out onto the Puck Rubik. No buybacks, it seems, are going to be available at this point. Wish jumping in, doing what he can, but Focus has been snagged up by Nefrit and G. Focus is gone, does buy back into this. But what can they do? Puck respawning soon. Will this persuade them from coming up onto this high ground? 4v4, Medusa still wants this, no Aegis. Gets disarmed right now by the halberd. Focus doing what he can. Get him off the Rupture now, onto the target, but now Melayol knows that he's not the one that's ruptured, so completely free to jump in, bring down Savartan. Dreamcoil on the 2, but they feel comfortable enough to snap it on Sachlo. And Melayol doesn't do anything. There's gonna be a blink back directly onto Focus. He's forced to pop the BKB and just try and run himself away. Stone Gaze used up by the Deucer. Skylark, can he escape from this? Is there any escape? Phase Shift will be there. Can he finally get the blink escape? He does this time around, and he will be able to jaunt into the fountain. However, Rax still do get taken by the Medusa. She's just too damn strong. Nefrit, after all of this, is still at full HP. Amazing. 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 If I'm honest with you, in that fight, I forgot that there even was a defense matrix available for the Tinker. And unfortunately, nobody is feeling threatened really on the side of Extremum except for the support sometimes. Focus. Those are these blood rights. The only thing that's being accomplished right now is that clearing out these creep waves so that it's difficult for Medusa to just run up. Focus now does have the defense matrix. Can soak up some additional damage now. 2 lanes of racks down. Brame also playing into a game where G has Aghanim Scepter and he's inside their base. Look at him go, G. Ah, they know there's vision here. Yo, look how Stormman is doing. Stormman is trying to cut down as many of these trees as possible, assuming correctly that one of them is infected by an Aghanim Scepter. As a freaking Quelling Blade. It's gonna take forever, but it's worth it to deny the team vision of this area. Hell, Wish is even standing here spamming out the Shiva's Guard to make sure that there's no nearby target. Brame and the gang. 2 lanes of racks down. Here comes a Hail Mary smoke. You're 48,000 gold down. If this doesn't work out, nothing will. There we go. Jump in. Such low, such low, such low. Getting the quick jump onto Spartan. Spartan does get into the Shadow Realm. In the meantime, Rupture onto the far side of the fight. And they also found Wish. They found Wish. They found Wish. G, using one of the infected trees, is able to snuff out the life of the Tinker. And with this, looking extremely dire. They also catch Skylark on the high ground here. Meloyo has had an outstanding performance in this one, and they call it. GG is called. They understand that they have seen enough. They throw in the towel. Woo! What a game, Extremum. Hit back here in game number 3's draft. They are allowed to have the Medusa. Brame thinks to themselves that they can deal with it using the Wish Tinker. Unfortunately, it ends up not being the case. Brame go down in a very long game. Extremum played really well in this one. Meloyo, yo. That was one of the sickest Void Spirit performances I've seen in a while. But yo, Chu, everybody held it down this game. G was a god with his positioning and with making sure that all the towers stay up forever. You know how many times Brame is beating their head against the wall, trying to gain some structural advantage so they can open up the map and get the additional farm, because they have a very greedy lineup. When you have Tinker takes up so many resources that you need to be playing fast and taking structures in order for the rest of the team to have enough space to actually play this map. Otherwise, you wind up in this situation where he's playing all of the map Wish by himself, and the reason is because there's so little of the map available, because the tree just keeps healing up these towers, keeping them popped up, keeping them healthy. My god. What a game. Congratulations to the side of Extremum. And of course, because they kept this game slowed down for so long, focus doesn't get to peak at like a huge moment at the same time as Wish. Instead, what ends up happening is that lots of time is bought for the Medusa instead. And bear in mind that normally Wish is able to take advantage of a full map, right? Imagine if they don't have any tier 2 towers. You know how often they caught Wish out? Consider where they had their observer wards down on the Tinker spots. They were very far forward in the lane because those are the only places Wish could actually play, because all the towers are still available, are still up. And Extremum grabbed their second win. Brame, their first loss. Congratulations to the side. Well done to them. And with that, we'll be closing out this series and closing out the day of casting here on Snare Casting. It is what it is. Congratulations to Extremum. There is a little more Pinnacle Cup action still happening on other channels, so go check them out. But I'm going to be resigning for now. Thank you so much all for joining me today for the day of casting. Thank you so much for the support. Iliad57, shout out to you for tossing out the subscription. Johnny for resubscribing. You champion. You champion. I really do appreciate. And of course, was it Crony Daughter that also came through earlier today? I forget. Either way, thanks so much, everybody. And if you want to join that coterie of people who have supported, you will see a big yellow button underneath the stream that says donate. You can hit that button right quick. You can become a patron through patreon.com, or you can decide to subscribe here through Twitch and get access to these emotes. Speaking of emotes, we need to give the Duragod Right? Who actually? I think this was a team victory for Extremum. They understood exactly how to play this map together. So we're gonna give the rare one out to the whole gang. Congratulations to Extremum as a crew for putting in that work. They did the right thing. So shout out to them. They struck gold, as you can see, with that new emote. So yeah, thank you everybody. And I'll see y'all maybe tomorrow. Make sure you enable notifications so that if I do pull through tomorrow again, that you are aware as soon as it happens. Might pull through tomorrow, it's not a guarantee, but definitely in the upcoming days, you'll be hearing the voice again. So follow, you enable notifications, you'll be aware as soon as we're back online. Thank you all so much. I'll see you all in the future for some more Dota 2 action.
It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone.